Hey guys, Startin coming at you with another game of Hardcore Minecraft, and today we're going to go... Oh no, I almost hit delete. A good thing that it asks you to be clear that you don't want to do that. If it was just a one-off thing, I would right now be despairing. But fortunately, the game protects me from myself. So we want to get ready for an ocean monument, which means, I don't know what we need. We want ocean or water breathing stuff. We'll want doors. We can make doors once we're out there. But we should have a couple of potions of water breathing. That's the principal thing that I'm interested in having. Now where I would have placed them is hard to say. And we'll bring one of these potions of strength as well. And that should make it easy to bash our foes. Now, did I throw away every potion of water breathing I ever got because I decided that I didn't think I would want them? Now, that actually sounds exactly like something I would do, but it's possible that they're just outside somewhere. But we might have to go in without water breathing potions at all. But this is the bundle with all my good food in it, so we will take that. Because a golden apple may well be called for if we're going to be going down into the scary depths. Hi, Natasha. We'll put the bundle with the keys there. If it turns out there's like a single button thing to move all the things in a bundle somewhere else, I will become very put out, but I think you have to do it individually, which is really annoying, but not so annoying that I care. But this is just getting closer every moment to having an actually decent inventory. Now, can that be achieved by putting stuff into the wrong chest? Yes, theoretically it totally can. Because while they're in here, they're not going to be inside of the bundle. We will keep all of the ominous bottles in that bundle. That'll be a good place for them. That pink bundle can be the scary one. And then we've got 4 sniffer eggs, because of course we do. Buckets, that's good, because we are going to want to get our bucket situation sorted out. We'll grab those golden apples. That's like a proper enchanted golden apple. I don't think we want to carry that around. Instead, we'll put it into this bundle with that. So, we'll always have it with us, whether or not we need it. The good food. Well, we're not going into that deep dark. We're going into the deep of the ocean, which is actually not that deep. The only thing I really know about the Warden is that everybody has told me about him says that you can get killed in like 1 or 2 hits, even on easy, which means I will definitely die if I mess with him. That's right. I have just blocks of diamond because I had so much stuff. An embarrassment of riches. But the good thing is that we are, at last, basically done getting the bundles cleaned up. And now we can have our orange and lime bundle. Oh no, I've placed all the torches inside of the bundle. Gardens of the Shallow, exactly. Am I going to make an arthropod-specific sword? That's right. You said that might work. I think I have an arthropod-specific sword. Why don't I just stop what I'm doing? Because I remembered that. We're going to go look for the arthropod-specific sword really soon. after we just burned down that chainmail chest plate and move a couple of things into different boxes. Well, there's no point in putting the rails anywhere here since we're not going to want them here. Do I need anything to go out and do this? Nothing special. We'll have our breads and we'll have, yeah, we'll just, I'll bring some emeralds out and we'll buy more good carrots from the farmer before we go. So my friend, they sent me an invite to their creative realm, and I was looking around, and oh man, they and my friends that build there are so much better at doing stuff than I am. Just like everything I looked at was so amazing. Very cool stuff. I was just running around in peaceful, and then I was like, you know what, there's a button here that says creative, why don't I push it? And then that let me fly around, and that was pretty cool. I didn't build anything or do anything, I just looked around. And then I went into this nether portal, and then I got lost, and because it was in bedrock, I got like proper lost, and I couldn't F3 to find my way back, so that was pretty funny. I thought I had a Bane sword. I guess we don't. Do I have a Bane book? I have a Bane book. Knockback. Ah, well, you know, why don't we can... Yeah, we'll see how this feels. So we should be able to override the smite enchantment with the book. Nope, we cannot. Cannot. You can do that if you had it on the sword, but not with the book. I could make another one. I could make another one. No reason not to. We'll make another one. And we'll just do this just a straight Bane sword because we don't need anything else on it. And we won't need mending on it because we're absolutely not going to break this while hitting them. So once again, not throwing things away is very nice. What? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to yell. There's a creeper in the minecart, isn't there? Sorry, I didn't want to see that. There's a creeper sitting in my minecart, isn't there? So... Are they pacified? They definitely know I'm here. Well yep. If you walk up to them, they'll still blow up. So that means that now I have to build this again. But at least... Now I know that creepers will go into my minecarts and then ruin everything. So, do I have to fix this right now? Yep, I obviously have to fix this right now. I have a bow, I'm just not smart. I don't think we'll need to go to the secret dirt chest for this. We'll be able to use normal dirt access. So, in conclusion, shoot the creeper. There we go. All better now. I mean, mostly better now. Let's just put a flower down. Oh yeah, we got 6 of these. All better. You'll never know what happened. We're just going to put this minecart here again and see if we catch something that's not a creeper. You know, it was really my fault for walking up to him. If you think about it, and even if you don't. We're going to go buy some golden carrots because they are delicious and tasty food. and it gives you an opportunity to get rid of emeralds. So we'll have that, and then we'll be able to make plenty of breads, which I will do now. That's, yeah, that'll be a good amount of breads. 51 breads, excellent. We'll bring chicken along too, because, I mean, why not, right? And we'll just chow on bread and chickens for a bit. So we'll just, we'll throw the sword and the mace into their own bundles for inventory space, I know, right? And then we've got all these extra buckets. I still need one normal bucket for water. But, I mean, we're not really going to need a water bucket where we're going here. Yeah, the minecart, we don't know what we'll catch, you know, but we could catch anything. But we're going to go and milk some cows real quick because we are going to want the ability to get rid of the debuff from the Guardian. So, we've got a bed, we've got a bunch of arrows, although we're unlikely to need it. We will get some wood whenever we arrive. We have a small amount of dirt because I'm too lazy to move it anywhere. Some torches. Alright, so I would call this moderately prepared, basically identical to being prepared. Yeah, my tools are enchanted. Because my screen is kind of large, so like the sword is bigger than my hand is on the screen, and the shield is like two of my hands, so it's like a big shimmery thing that that gets to me. But yes, I have pretty solid tools. Some of them are perfect, some of them are near perfect. But yeah, I've got good stuff. I even have an unbreaking and mending shield because I'm scatterbrained, and I forget about durability, so mending's very important. But I've got decent gear. But I've got a couple of potions. I didn't look around for water-breathing ones out there, so we will look for them, but if not, at least we have good water-breathing on the helmet, and we'll bring doors. It shouldn't be too rough, and I'm also planning on the inside of the monument, like, sectioning off a couple of things with doors. That way, we'll be able to use them as, like, line-of-sight blocks for the Guardian beams. But before we leave, it's time to pay tribute to the wonderful, the noble, the boss, Garuda. And we're just going to put up a little bit more of our junk here and look around. Do we have everything that we need? We have absolutely everything that we need. Alright, except a boat, which we will build in the symbolic boat area across the way. Nope, we will take this boat. Amazing. Amazing. What will he do next? But it is now time to make a nice little trip to the Ocean Monument. We could go to any of them, but I'm going to go to the one that we've already got a tiny little platform out by. It's not much of one, but it'll be at least a jumping off point and a place to go back to for security. But there we go, a potion of water breathing. I might have a couple more of them. It's exactly the kind of thing that I just throw away. Like, I don't think we need 2 totems of undying with this. If we use one of them, then we'll be booking it anyway. Hopefully I'm smart enough to identify that dying one time means that I need to leave where I am. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen. But it seems that we are relatively prepared. Alright, so sun's going down, irrelevant. We'll just go across the water. We do want another trident eventually. I mean, I want one right now, but eventually, so that we can get you know, the returning throwing trident. But I do need to, you know, ours only has Riptide 1, and that's the thing that lets you fly. So if there are more levels to it, and there probably are, that let me fly even further, I think one of my favorite zombie visuals is when they run at you with like some random tool, like they have a shovel, and they're like, "Please give me a ditch. Find a place where I can dig a hole in the ground." You know, because they're remembering their past as a child, digging into the sand. But now they can't do that anymore. No one will help them. No one will give them a beach to dig into. It's very sad. But that's what happens when you become a zombie, you know. The sympathy that people used to have for you just all melts away. I've seen it before. But we're not going to ride up Everest, even though we all know that we can. I mean, I'll probably do it in this video eventually because I haven't done it today, and it makes me happy thinking about it. But we're gonna continue to be focused on our mission of going out to the deep and fighting the Guardians. Not the deep inside of Everest, which I am relatively unlikely to tackle today. Because Lord knows, right in the center there are perils and dangers, but we're not going to interact with that. We're going to avoid the mountain entirely. So when we get there, I'm not an expert in Guardian behavior. I know they have a Thorns aura, so that when you hit them in melee, right, you take a little bit of reflective damage. It's not a huge amount, but it's just something to be mindful of. If you're getting into like a critical sort of HP situation, you always want to keep it in your head that evasion is what you want to do. I don't think they physically harm you by running into you, but they could, maybe, I guess. I'm not sure. But they have the I-beam attack, which has a while to charge, and it makes the air sound a little crispy. But you can line of sight block it, or get far enough away, and either of those will do it. And I think you can block it with the shield also. But, like with most enemies in the game, if you understand how they work, they're slightly easier to deal with. But if they can swarm you, then you're still going to be in trouble. But that's the point of, like, you know, systematically tackling a monument, is you clear out what you have going on in the first place. Like, there were like 8 at the entrance when we were there last time, which, if it's that way again, then we'll pick apart at it. We might go somewhere and get some sand just to create channels on the entrance and make it so any like reinforcements from the outside of the monument can never get in, which is a pretty solid way of doing it. And then you can just like make a little waterfall that goes down or whatever and use that as a jumping off point. Of course, when you get close to it, you have the Elder Guardian, I think that's what someone said they're called, their effect, which makes you not able to mine. So you don't want to dig yourself into a corner while you're there. But that's what the milk is for mining related emergencies. I think there's just one, but there could be more. I've never seen one before. I imagine they'll look at least somewhat cosmetically different than a normal one, because in my survival world, while I have like drained a monument and stuff, or largely drained one, there weren't any of the big ones. But I started the world in peaceful, and someone said that makes some, or rather, whenever you go to peaceful, it like wipes the monsters off the map. But maybe a combination of both of those things. So basically, in my survival world, there aren't any of the big ones that cause the debuff, so I don't know what they look like or what they're like. Hello, Drifter. But we turn the corner here onto one of my favorite places in our world, where we have the sheer cliffs with the spruce forest and the snow there, We've got our little archaeological cherry tree and the dark forest with a lush cave underneath. If only there was a woodland mansion in this dark forest. You know, I haven't fully explored it. There still may be in the past. But the lush cave is sort of, here, I'll gesture broadly at the screen. It's, you know, sort of that way. But we're not going there. We're going to turn the corner over into this direction. And we'll see the platform pretty soon. And then we'll probably make landfall because I need to build some doors. And maybe just get a stack of sand or so, maybe 2 stacks of sand. We've got, is it a 5 shovel? It's an efficiency 4 shovel. It's still a very, very solid shovel. And we'll, for most shovel applications, it'll just go through like snapping your fingers. Like you can just whipsaw up and down on a beach and get all of it. So I'm not too worried about that. Now I don't have the underwater mining thing, but that shouldn't matter, right? Because none of what we're doing will have that as an important application. But we've got our platform here. It's pretty far away still, but it's big enough, and it's got, I think they are not shooting at me, but rather at squid. They really hate squid. But we're just going to jump here and crash for the night. That's going to let us see the guardians a lot better and start thinking about attacking, because while we will want doors and stuff eventually, if there's like a whole lot of guardians on the outside, we need to start gradually and systematically tackling the problem. So we've got various choices. Oh, I brought the wrong diamond sword. No, I brought both of the diamond swords. This is the right diamond sword. We're going to see if the Bane of Arthropods 4 sword is good against them. But there's only one tree on this island. That makes me feel sad about cutting it down. So we're going to go to these birch trees and get a little bit of wood first. Because although I said I was going to go the other way first, I'm not. Am I going to leave my boat? Yes. No, I already picked it up. Magnificent. Look at the boat discipline. Shocking. Glorious. And if it comes to it, we might also get, like, I don't know if guardians can be hurt by magma. But if it seems a little sketchy, we can put some magma blocks in locations as well. We can use them for air. We know that it at least puts a little bit of drag on them, although guardians are good at swimming. Might make it even just like a little bit harder, and that could be useful. 8, not quite enough. We'll get more. After all, there's nothing worse than needing slightly more materials that you just harvested. And if there is, I'm not interested in interrogating that statement any further. So, as of right now, there's nothing worse than that. Except for swimming when you could be boating. So one of my weapons is going to be the most effective here, right? It's going to be the Trident, or my Sharpness 5 sword, or the Bane of Arthropods 4 sword. And we're just going to try to figure out which it is. And I don't think that crispiness is for me. We're just going to have to get used to that sound and the subtitle. And we'll figure out when the loudness is making it a problem, right? So we need food in the inventory. Trident, we've got all the stuff. Totem on 7, totem on 7. Alright. We're not going to take water breathing until we like go in for an actual kill. So, here we are. At the border. When we pull out our handy spyglass, we'll... Alright, there you go. I knew that was going to happen, so it didn't make me freak out so much this time. But there in the distance, we see one guardian. And then there's several more just like hanging out right in there. There's like 3 or 4 more. So we can either build over, but I think we're just going to try to fight our way in, right? Because they're not faster than I am. I don't think they are anyway. And we have this platform to get back to. And right now this one's coming up. So can we block the I-beam for a full block on damage? Question 1. It doesn't block the full damage, but we're only taking half a heart from one. Of course, 3 of them at half a heart is 1.5 hearts and could be a real problem. But we've got our mining fatigue. We're just going to get the trident and see. Alright, a trident is a 2-hit kill on him with this level of quality. And if you just stay in motion, basically, they're unlikely to be able to hit you. So, trident, excellent. Also, because it has mending, we'll be able to do this the whole way. They sit still when they're trying to hit you. Alright, so if I don't fully recharge it, obviously it won't work. And it's totally impossible to see what's happening when you riptide in first person. Got it. Alright, so also it's spiky. Alright, so maybe the other weapons are fine, but I think the charm of using a trident will be irresistible here. And also, I think that my penchant for fighting in the third person will actually be at its best here, right? Because we're not going to be getting spikes from behind us and not know. And knowing exactly where the beams are coming from, right? That lets us get a little bit more. But we're going to go ahead and get distance because now we're down to half health, which isn't a worry, right? But it's enough to make us say, back up, eat some breads. When you don't have your full health, you know, you're not regenerating your hit points while you're fighting, and that makes all of it sting a little bit more. So, in conclusion, there's still a ton of guardians out here. We need to, make a chest so that we can, you know, do all the things we need to do. Like, put a couple of spare milk buckets in there. And, you know, get enough inventory space so that we can actually appreciate the fruits of our labors here in the water. Alright, so, you know, we killed a few guardians. Let's just look, you know, I like stats. So, right now, we have killed 9 guardians. We have never been killed by guardian. Let's see, by the end of this ordeal, whenever I systematically get through this, how many guardians will remain. Should I just build a platform on top of it over there? Maybe. But we're going to try to pop a few more on the outside here and see how quick this respawn actually seems to be. Scary effect is scary. Alright, so we need to test Arthropod Sword. If we can get a 2-hit kill off of Arthropod Sword, then that'll still be worth using over the Trident, even though it's not nearly as stylish. But now that we have provoked this Guardian slightly, we're just going to want to go down a little bit and see if we can get it, because we don't want them to be shooting diagonal at us, right? We want them to be coming towards the surface, because look how many there are that we need to get up. We've got, 9, 10, 12... There's 4 or 5 low near the wall, and then just a shocking amount here, right? So many. Maybe I should be going at a different one. I'm just kidding. This is the one that we're working on. Well, you know, we'll pop the sentry on this side and worry about the other ones later. Or rather, there are 2 more sentries here. So, there are tons of them here too. Are there always this many guardians at a monument, or am I just unlucky? I mean, it doesn't matter. And this one is wide-ranging, too. Well, we're just going to start clearing them, because we've been here a lot. So if they spawn a bunch, then we'll clear them out, and then we'll see if they keep on spawning in these great numbers. Because if I'm killing, you know, like 20 a night and we're not making any progress on the outskirts, then maybe the outskirts can't get progress on, you know. But only a furious and dedicated attempt at thinning the population will allow us to make any sort of confidence there. Yeah, we got a lot there. We just want to back up and let... Yeah, there we go. I think now... Yeah, because there were so many... They didn't even want to surface. They didn't want to get in the territory of the others. But now that they're a little more thinned, be good. Because we want them to be jumping around near the surface, right? We don't want them to be sneaking around here at the borders. But it occurs to me that if we need that last bit of distance, maybe the Riptide enchantment is just what we need there, right? Because we can... If you can charge it up and you get that little burst, then you might be able to outrange it. But is this getting us any less guardians? It's really too early to tell because there were so many. But we're going to crash for the night. I don't know if they need darkness or anything like that, but I do know that if we don't sleep for the night, there will eventually be phantom-related problems that we don't want to deal with. Oh, I can't crack the bed. Well, fortunately, the bed is right where I want it to be. Because the bed's an object, and I can't break objects. But... irrelevant. Once more into the breach. With the arthropod sword, it's at least a 5-hit. So I'm just going to throw the sword down because I literally don't care about it. And it's just taking up space. I'll get more diamonds some other day. But in conclusion, yes, arthropod sword, not efficient. We'll try the sword. It's got sharpness 5, so it might be a 2-hit kill, and if it is, then... Nah, still a 3-hit kill with sharpness 5. So trident all the way. It would be better if we had, like, a perfect trident to get, like, a 1-hit kill, perhaps, but... Oh, yeah, they are thick as ticks down here. I don't know how many Guardians I can kill before less of them appear to be here, but we're gonna see. And anyway, you know, I like resources, and these light sources will be really good for my eventual roller coaster, assuming I live through this, which I always assume I'm going to live through my choices. That's why I'm still alive. Yeah, because I have Impaling 3, I don't know if that's max, but I've only ever seen it on the Trident, so I think it's a water-specific thing, which makes sense to impale with a harpoon and whatnot. Alright, so... Are there just like 9 million of them? I've killed several, right? But the important thing is that now I have relatively little fear of them, right? So... Because you can always get up to them and punch them in the eye with the trident before they can get a shot off on you. So in that amount of time, we killed 21 guardians. Does it look like there are 20 less guardians? There are definitely less guardians. I don't know if it looks like there are 20 less guardians, but it does look like they're less. So this is successful, and we're going to continue on in this course. There's a dolphin there. I don't think that's going to help us with the guardians. We're going to try to provoke them to come a little further out here. It should work. There we go. Maybe too well. Nope, not too well. Just a moderately amount of well. And we have these arches, which are going to let us get the line of sight blocks. That's so many beams on us, so we're just going to book it. Easy. We don't even take a single one that gets on us. But they are all just really hot for the protection of the entrance there. So what do we do? What do we do about that? Do I have doors? Yeah, we're going to go make some doors. They'll just respawn. Well, right, but I was thinking there was so many that if I thin it out a little bit, it'll make it better. But now we'll get some nice doors, and we'll see how that works. All right. I don't have any food in the inventory. That is a big failure. Alright, so we either build the platform over and then go down from it, or we build a platform on top. Yeah, there's already so many respawning again, so... The efficacy of the door to block shots is... that they basically stop thinking about your existence. Got it. Alright, so in conclusion, one can get very, very close to one, and then if we switch the door, yeah. Alright, so... can we make a totally safe box? Nice little peaceful under the ground experiment here. Because if we can make a totally safe box of doors, then we can just open them up, fight, run back inside, and close them whenever we like. And that will be very, very useful. Alright, so, yep, it looks like one can, in fact, use doors in that way. So we're just going to put a couple of doors here. I said a couple of doors here. There we go. And then we'll come back and make some more doors, and then whenever we return, we'll have all of those doors to help us out with the annoyingness of those. And we'll probably just keep on, like, we'll probably make a lot of doors, actually. How much wood do we have? These are the only questions that matter. We might want to go over and get that, but... well, this guardian is particularly anxious to perish, and we will furnish him with his sincere desires. Alright, yeah, they're all waking up. Apparently the doors made them upset. Maybe it made them feel as though they were under attack, and now they're going to try and defend their land, not realizing that I have all these wonderful crenellations to protect myself. Yeah, so if you don't block it, it does 1 whole heart of damage, which is, to be fair, like a shockingly efficient attack. Not as efficient as attacking with a trident, but still pretty efficient. Yeah, so maybe we woke them up. Maybe all we had to do was plant a door in their territory, and then they would become upset. Alright, so we're going to go right up to the front and place doors in the entrance of it. And it'll be fine, right? Should be totally fine. I don't think you can place a door on top of another door. Let's see. No, you cannot. Unless you can, and I was just not trying properly. No, you can't. Anyway, these doors are going to be here forever. I forgot. I really shouldn't be experimenting right here. These doors are going to be here forever. But the good thing about doors as placements is that you can open them, so they're not going to actually inhibit my motion very much at all, but they will significantly reduce the ability of the Guardians to harass me. But speaking of the Guardians, let's go pick up all of our hard-fought loot that is floating on the water. The Guardians and Guardians accessories that are the hallmarks of this place. Alright, I need to get the timing slightly better. So it gets a little yellow looking right as they're about to get, and all the Elder Ones must be inside. So we'll just sleep for the night, and then when the morning comes, we'll go in and, you know, see what happens. Should be fine. You guys haven't made the Elder Ones sound like they're, like, any, like, terrifying, like, highly dangerous things, just that they have the debuff and they might be a little scarier, but not like they're serious business and I'm probably gonna need to, like, make out a next to kin type of thing. But it's about time to see, isn't it? Yes, it certainly is. So, without further ado, we're gonna bolt inside, get our doors down, line of sight break inside, door, 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 door. All right. Now, they could still obviously come in all of those areas, and they still might, but here we are in the Den of the Lion. And that is a big old tail up there, I think, guys. I think that is one of the Elder Ones. I think I can tell him by the way he is. He sure looks old. I'm gonna go brawl. Never should have come here. Oh my god, they're massive. Oh, they're super weak. Alright, so, in conclusion, the danger is with the approach. So, I mean, I'm sure they're quite strong and dangerous, but since I have, you know, the fully enchanted armor and all of that, I imagine this place would be very, very frightening if you didn't have, you know, water walking and water breathing and so on. But There we go. There's one guardian taken care of, or rather an elder guardian, and this is just a normal guardian. It's actually probably going to be much easier to deal with them on the inside of the monument than it was outside. Simply because, you know, they're so much more limited in mobility and in density on the inside. I don't think we're going to find 8 of them in a room inside here. And the monuments tend to be relatively well lit. They've got, you know, the things. There's clearly one right here that wants to die. So yeah, they'll just walk up to the doors and allow us to hit them. Yeah, so the doors, they, you know, you could restrict their movement somewhat, but it doesn't appear to be totally necessary. And they do, you know, almost no damage. You keep hitting them. When you get close, they don't like it and they go away. But because you're inside of these enclosed spaces, they can't really do anything to prosecute the damage. So we're just going to eat some bread and then go hunting. Without the trident, it would actually take more time. I bet it would, you know. But that's, you know, that was the point of the quest. We're going to be looking for a big old tail again somewhere. And we're just going to put a couple of doors here. And now we have a safe, you know, breathing area right here as well. That's furthermore going to stop any guardians from getting into the intermediate space that aren't already from there. So now let's see if there's a big tailed fellow up here. Doesn't look like there's one here, and of course I can't mine down in it, so we will just check out a different avenue of the monument. It looks like that wing is just taken care of there, so... Oh wait, do I need to go into a different entrance? Oh no, I'll go up. That's just the bottom wing. We need to go up, but we're just going to get a little breath first. And then we'll go up a level or two. Oh, there's a dolphin around that's making me very speedy. Which actually could be a headache. Alright, we're going to go to first person for this, just because the enclosed spaces will be good. And I don't think we need, you know, too much of the visibility around us in this context anymore, now that in the outside ocean, I think it mattered a lot. But for this, I think we're fine. And also, it'll let me hit better and see when the trident is recharged. So that whenever I make a mistake with it, you know that I could have done better and didn't. And that was a zoomy tail sound of one of them, I think. But the thing about doors is this place is, you know, perfectly designed to get them down. And now we'll just chill here, get our stuff. And so the doors both segment off everything, letting us escape. They provide line of sight blocks and air. So I was much more worried about this probably than was ultimately going to be, you know, warranted. But since I get turned around easily, there's no guarantee that I'm going in the right direction this time. All right, here we go. There's a big tailed guy in one of the other areas, but we'll run into him eventually. This is... I don't know if every monument is the exact same. This one looks quite similar to what I call my monument, the one that I was draining in my survival world. But we'll expect probably the big fellas to be at the upstairs ones in either wing, and then probably we're gonna need to get some air. All right, we're just gonna throw a door here, and then probably there's like the treasure room, I call it. There's an internal space, and it looks like, hey, if I'd mine into this, there'd be a bunch of gold blocks, and there totally are. I was super proud of the day I figured that out, because I was just like exploring around, and I was like, hey, this looks slightly different, you know, and then it was. Alright, and we'll just close that door because we know that while there is a guardian down there, he's broke. He doesn't have anything. So we'll expect to find, you know, this is another one of those times where I need to, like, draw a thing on the wall or, like, place a foreign block so I'll know that I've been there before. Alright, I think, yeah, I was... If I want the 2-hit kill, I gotta wait for the Trident to fully recharge, which takes a good bit longer than I had been accustomed to. I think this is, yeah, this is from the outside, so they're swimming in from there. I need to block that off, but I don't. The good news is I'm not sure that we'd already checked this space. The bad news is there still wasn't anything there. The better news is I'm getting, like, really accustomed to that scary sound, and it barely is going to keep me up at night ever again. Barely. Alright, so is there a different way in, or am I just conceptually misunderstanding the layout and walking over it over and over? These are questions. Okay, so the floor is the place that we've already checked. We probably don't think they're going to be at the floor anyway. This is definitely an area that we hadn't been in yet, which makes it a prime target for further check. Alright, there we go. Treasure room. There will be one in there. There we go. But we'll check the above space also, because it won't take too long. And I have a couple more doors in the event that we need to, but... Looks like this is just an upper area, and they don't actually have anybody that lives up there. But they might be able to spawn in or whatnot, but we shall see. We're just going to peek around. We're expecting to see a giant tail in here somewhere. But I guess maybe he doesn't live in this room either. All right, they've got magma. They've got it all here. Little room there. I need it. All right, there we go. There's the big old fella. So we're down to our last doors. I mean, we can always leave and come back if we need. Yeah, see, like, you shouldn't have doubted because we found him. We basically immediately found him. And this fight's going to be super easy because he's hiding in the corner. We're just going to pop over here, eat a couple of breads. They're thinned out a little bit in there. Get our health back up after it eventually regenerates. Get our health back up after it eventually regenerates. There we go. And then it's back to the fight. We're going to fight him around this pillar. We're just going to punch him there, so we're going to get line of sight blocks. There we go. A glorious kill. There's actually a lot of guardians in here. We're just going to stay in motion, though, and that should make it a little safer until we thin them out. Back and forth is the order of the day. I switched my inventory. That's all right, though. We got a few bubbles left. We're just going to keep on trying to clear this. Not too much further, though. Need to go right back where we came from. Yep, down to 2 bubbles. So now it is imperative that we not get lost. Sentences you always want to hear when you're me. Yeah, the shield with the dash. Ooh, I got a tied armor trim, so that is promising. Very cool. But I think we still got the debuff, which will go away in 50 seconds. So either that's all of them, or we'll get another Rude Awakening here in a bit, and that'll let us know that we're on the track for more. What did I just pick up? A wet sponge. Cool. But otherwise, we're headed for the treasure room, and we are gonna crack that baby wide open. Hey, it is a room of sponge. Wet sponge. We're gonna leave it here. Nice little sponge room. Never know when you'll need one, and now we've got one. Alright, so in conclusion, there definitely is one still around, because as soon as that wore off, we got another one. So, I need more doors, which means we're going to have to go to the surface, I think. Or we'll find them very quickly and not feel the need to go to the surface. Is this another sponge room or the same sponge room? Why would I even ask? So inside of here is like a brick of gold. But we cannot get it until we find and slay the last guardian. Which we'll either do whatever comes first. We'll find him and kill him, or we'll find the way outside and take it, because I need more doors. And I thought, 20 doors would be enough, but I did not anticipate my need. It's probably just one sponge room, It's hard for me to tell anything apart. For example, I've gone in the same exact area like 8 times here now. So how does one get out? Does the bottom floor connect in the treasure room? No, the medium floor connects. The medium floor at the middle. Words probably exist. And then we go down, and then not this way, but out. No, not this way either. Okay. I don't know where I am, but the good news is there are plenty of doors for breath around, although I do not have any to prove it. And sometimes you can go up, but other times you can't. Do I know which times are which? No. This time you can go up. Fortunately, it just leads me right back to a place I've been before. Okay, we've got the big baddie, the last of them. We're gonna pop him in the face. And I think it's the last of them anyway. How much breath do I have? Some. We need to book it in the direction of the area that we came. There we go. All right, we found a door. Great success. Time to eat our bread. And if that's the third one, and I think there are 3, we're just going to eat some milk. And there we go. No new debuff, and that to me means that the place is conquered. The Elder Guardians are slain, and it's time for me to find that treasure room. And after a period of no less than 1,000,000 years, I'm gonna do it. Y'all don't even know. You don't know how long it's gonna take me, and neither do I, but we're gonna find that treasure room. And now I could just hack through a wall if I want. You know, not that quickly because I don't have the water mining, but still pretty quickly compared to 5 minutes. Ah, here we are. In the room of where the magic is. We're just going to get a little bit of air here. You know, the fun thing is that it's impossible to see when you do that. Also, they definitely are hurt by magma, so we could set up a farm with magma, and if they drop things from it, then we could try to, you know, get something out of that. The magma blocks, I mean to say, not magma itself. Burning hot magma. But one of my proudest moments walking around in peaceful Minecraft was in the inside of a monument, and I got to one of these rooms. I went around and I was just like, why are these places here? You know, without the monsters, they're much less dynamic, of course, but I was like, what's even going on? And then I realized that it looked like there was an internal space here, and there was. And then you get what I call the king's treasure, in reference to like the king's chamber of a Egyptian pyramid, which is 8 gold blocks on the internals of one of these things. And of course, there are a wealth of all of these other fun blocks too that do, you know, stuff. But instead of being a decent person and taking the front door, we're just going to go out the side. Victorious. Those guardians are salty. They are mad. Look at them go. You know why they're mad? Because all their money's gone. Hi, Sid. But now, after doing that, I feel confident in going in and cracking any monument. We'll just go in with, like, a full stack of doors. And that's all you gotta do. You go in, door the entrance, door it up, then you're in a blocked off room where their numbers count for nothing. You just thermopylae it up, and yeah. Speaking of doors, now that the Elder Guardians are dead, we can fix those little doors there, and we can take our bed with us. Can't believe he wasn't gonna let us. We've got plenty of shards. We've got milk buckets, which we'll probably leave behind, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, we can make sea lanterns now. Not a lot of them, but some. Not gonna get the sponge. We got a sponge. We got 2 sponges. You mean, like, go harvest the sponge rooms? Well, I don't even know what they're for. But, you know, we can come back later. Really, I just, like, I wanted to see it could be done. And it can. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to go that fast. What do I do with my day now? Well, we can get into a boat and think about it on the way. But, well, so, other undone things. Now that I have conquered relatively my fear of the underwater monuments, as long as I'm, you know, very adequately prepared and have a, you know, a trident and all the other stuff. Because if it took 2 or 3 more hits to kill them with a sword, that would have been rough. But, do we finally build a nether portal? Because, like, I've been thinking, like, my whole approach to the Nether every time I go in is just wrong. I need to be thinking, I'm going to go into the Nether and go 150 blocks or 200 blocks and then build another Nether portal and leave. That's all I need to be doing. I just need to be going like forward in a straight line and looking around, and then I'll have like a nice little pathway of Nether portals in the overworld to be able to travel around quickly. And moreover, I won't like be exposing myself to getting lost or bored. So I figured we'd go home. We've got obsidian there. We should have enough to build 2 portals, and then we'll just do that. We could always go down into the lush cave that we're building and mine some there, but I would prefer to get it from somewhere else since I actually like the look of the obsidian in that lush cave. But we can make like an item of gold so we can wear it and try to throw an enchant on it or whatever, get like fire protection or whatnot. I think actually doing it on boots might be best. Although I would not want to lose feather falling, because there's the soul speed thing that lets you run fast on the soul sand, or soul soil, I forget which slows you down. One of them, there's 2 different names for them. They have a different little pattern, and that's how you tell them apart. Or how I don't tell them apart, as the case may be. I just want to, a couple of things to the Nether portals. I want to make sure that I'm building them at like proper sea level, both in the Nether and out here, so that I don't end up with a portal underneath the ocean in some clumsy spot, or you know, up in the sky. That's similarly difficult to get to. We have a bunch of gold. I had been thinking, where am I going to get all the gold I need for powered rails and stuff? But I'll just go around the world and raid underwater monuments. I'll probably get pretty good at it over time. I'll need to perfect the enchantment on my trident. If we have even better Riptide and possibly even better Impaling, then we might be able to just churn through our enemies. And that will make, you know, the Trident quest all the more worth it, right? Because if we can, if we can turn all of those hours into a glorious gold-making extravaganza. It could be dangerous. I could theoretically fall off of the cliff doing it. You are correct. But what I want to do before I go too far in the Nether, like when I find the first piglins, I want to just like do a bunch of gold trades and get a potion of fire resistance, which I think makes you like immune, like you could like swim in lava with it, right? And I'll just keep that in the hotbar, you know. We've got the totem on 7, and then on like 8 or 9 we'll keep the potion. And then if we ever fall down into the lava or whatever, rather than go immediately into panic mode, we'll go, you know, we'll do it on 9, yeah. Do it on 9. I'll just be like, bam, potion on 9, drink the potion, and then we'll be ready. We'll have 3 minutes of fire immunity. We can build a platform, and there won't be anything to worry about. We'll, you know, in case anything sketchy happens. But I'm going to be trying to be, you know, deliberate and careful with the movement when we go into the Nether. And as it rains, let us look to the sky and say, I can fly! And if there are more levels of Riptide and they let me fly even more efficiently, get some chests for the items, you're going to give a lot of gold. Yes, absolutely. That's another thing, like, since I'm trying to do like a systematic thing in the Nether, we're just going to be going, you know, like 150 blocks, making another portal and leaving, and then we can immediately, you know, take our loot home. Or walk back to the first portal, you know, which will be not inside the vault. You don't want to leave them a secret pathway into the vault. I love the trident. I love that it matches, you know, because it could be some other aesthetic, and that would be very sad. But even like the little glints for the light reflection on the armor sets off so wonderfully. Truly, the great challenge of my life was worth it. Whenever I look at the trident, I know that it's all for a good cause. But I want to bring in... I will probably just bring cobble. But I want to bring in non-native rock to build my pathway out of. Because I don't even want to just, like, be walking forward. I want to be laying down physically, like, a stone pathway so that it's very, very clear where the path is in the Nether for me. And if I do any offshoots of it, you know, then we can deal with that. I want to get magenta terracotta for arrows. I mean, we're going all out. No, I don't know about all that. But we are going to try to be, like, careful with it and smart. And most importantly, above all other things, if I start getting bored, I'm going to have a quick path to turn around and go home, rather than trying to pursue it or getting frustrated, because... well, the greatest danger to any playthrough of mine is in boredom or frustration. It looks like we have not gotten another creeper in this minecart. That's good. I didn't want another one in the minecart. I think we need to just drink the milk. Now, drinking milk does not remove hunger, which I don't know how I like their homework on that one, but it's true. Oh, and ender pearls. Yes, absolutely, for the teleporting. So when we go in, we'll need plenty of food, which we have some bread, some chickens, and we'll have golden carrots and golden apples with us also. But I'll probably cook up a whole thing of steaks. We do not want pork chops because we don't want to provoke the piglins to anger and rage. We do want a boat, so we don't have to worry about fall damage. The boat is very important, the boat technology for the Nether. Oh, there's no charcoal in here anymore. Well, what a predicament. We'll level 25. We want to get level 30 so we can try to get a good enchant on the boots. The piglins sometimes give you boots that have the enchantment on them, and they sometimes give you books. If either of those happen, you know, we'll be able to come back and get some of them. We won't need the trident with us, but I can't just leave it here. How do you make an item frame? Alright, we make a glowing item frame by getting a glowing ink sac and an item frame. So we need sticks and leather. I'm not just putting this trident in a chest. We're going to put it on the wall of our house for when we come back. I need more sticks. We will go to the historical stick repository, the other shore of the river. And I hate oak trees. I don't. They're nice. You know, they're a source of apples. Everybody knows that about oak trees. The only way on our physical earth to get an apple is from an oak tree. You know, they call acorns the apples of the earth. They don't. That's potatoes. And they don't call them that. The French call them that. But now, armed with some stuff, I've got to have leather in a random chest, right? Do I have to go all the way to the animal products chest? 18 feet away? Alright, very well, I accept. We'll go with like 100, you know, like 3 stacks of arrows. That should be good for a while. Alright, so we will get 1 single leather. I was going to say I don't need torches, but I definitely do. I might want them for anything, like to say you've already gone down this pathway, for example. Any old thing. But as we return home in triumph with this random sword, none of that really matters. Where are the seeds? For tribute must be paid. Where's my boss? Here's Garuda. And we'll give noble calcite a good pet. And lay down for the night, regaling all of the crime family with the tales of our glorious prosecution of the Ocean Monument. But now, with that taken care of, can I get a glow thing? It is probably downstairs in the animal and animal products chest, you know, due to my excellent organizational skills. Yeah, see, we'll just immediately go in, reach in, and grab them because everything's exactly where it's supposed to be, just like I knew it would be. And I didn't pick up the glow ink, but I could have. Alright, so we'll want a lot of wood when we go in. We'll want some wood when we go in. A lot's putting it too strongly. Those bundles are all important. We don't really need to bring the mace with us, because I'm just not going to use it. So we'll put the mace bundle in here. Yeah, I think we're just about getting ready. Doors I don't imagine we'll need. We'll just throw the doors in there. First off, the obsidian. Alright, so we have 6 in here, so unless we have more in like a valuable chest. Alright, we have 27 obsidian. That is enough for 2.7 nether portals. And, you know, they're going to be worth every penny. Yeah, you can put a tool in the bundle, but it takes the full bundle slot, which is fine because, you know, you can take it out if you need it. Like, you could put the hoe in there because you almost never need it unless you want to take the hero's tribute. But yeah, pretty funny. Or you could put like one hole, put a piece of gear in there. One whole spyglass. Actually, that is nice because, you know, I don't always need the spyglass. So there you go. Good application. Maybe I should. Yeah, we'll take the yellow bundle for the spyglass because it's, you know, a nice yellow color. I don't think we need water buckets at all because water doesn't function in the Nether. Buckets for lava might theoretically be fine, but I don't see them being that practical. We're just going to take one bucket, and if we don't end up needing it, then we don't end up needing it. And here, above my bed, in case we ever need it again, the trident, glowing on the wall. Isn't it glorious? That reminds me, I need to get paintings. I can't believe we've gone this far without having a painting of Marcus Aurelius in our house. But we can do that after we come back from the Nether or something. But, you know, here in a bit. That's exactly what we'll do. But right now, I actually need to take like a 3-minute break before we start this off. So we will we'll just start the dance party, and I'll walk away. All right. We ruined the dance party. Whenever you change the window, it pauses, which is very important. Very good. It would be a good way to get incredibly sad if you clicked out of the window by accident and then you woke up dead in your hardcore world. But good old Bella. We need to level up a little bit and try to enchant these boots, and then we're just gonna get right to it. Man, this cow herd is thin. I've been spending so much time not Not at home. Well, don't want to pop too many more than that. Guess we'll go to the chicken coop, which is also pretty depopulated, but not so much as all this. We're just going to grab a couple more of these, because we're going to want mending for our gold boots. Because gold has really crummy durability, which is not likely to matter if we have mending, right? We're not going to be taking so many hits that we lose them, probably. But if we don't have them, then sure as you're born, they'll be just disappearing right off of our tiny little feet as we run, and right at the worst possible time, too. It'll probably be right when we're around a lot of piglin, and then we'll just take like a little bit of fall damage, crack the boots, and then, you know, you'd be very embarrassed and also moderately dead. Where is the other smoker at? I always wake him up at night. All right, there he is. And I think the leather worker guy... We need to get more leather worker guys. They really can't buy very much leather. And the cows are giving me way too much of it these days. An embarrassment of riches. Ow. But with these emeralds, we'll go see Bald Rapunzel, who's of course not bothering with these peasants. He is happy at home. And that's why he came right out to talk to me, because he was so happy at home that he knew I would come and speak to him. And I don't have any books here, and I don't have any books here. I've moved them all somewhere else, so we'll just go to our very organized stuff and get the books that I have inexplicably placed in that chest, right where they belong. And now we'll have to go inside because Bald Rapunzel is annoyed that we didn't prepare for our meeting. He is a private villager and prefers, you know, to have the interactions and transactions taken care of at one time. We have way more food than we'll ever need for our trip. If we need that much food, I will have entirely failed in the plan. Speaking of failures, we have not nearly enough chickens. You know, I don't say that all the time, but it is actually true. This is just a shockingly small amount of chickens, but I was fishing hard for the enchants when we were last in here. And the herd is definitely telling the tale of misery and destruction. But before long, there will be thousands of them again, just like I won't need by then. At least I don't think I will. You know, there's the mace enchant, but I think we're almost done with needing experience. I know I've said that before, a couple of times maybe. I mean, we're done with emeralds, we're done with experience. There's all sorts of things I've said out loud that were, you know, a little silly. In retrospect, a little silly. But there we go, level 31. That'll give us a chance for an enchant or two, and then we'll throw mending on the boots. Take the opportunity to say goodbye to the pets for the last time. No, we're not going to die. We're not going to die. It's all going to be fine. And we can jam Feather Falling. No, I've got Feather Falling 3, yeah. So we're going to be able to make these boots not good, but decent immediately. We can put a little bit of Feather Falling on them, and then, you know, it just remains to be seen what we get. We could get a great roll in the first place. Except Blast Protection 3 is the worst, so we're not going to do that. We're going to roll onto a single book and try to get a better solution. Hey, aqua affinity. This is actually the best situation. So now we can improve our helmet at the end and get a perfect helmet finally. So good deal. Just like we needed. That's actually pretty funny. But we're going to get Unbreaking 3 at least. We get Prot 3 in the middle level, which seems like it's actually actually a better choice in general. It is a better choice in general. We'll take the third one. Maybe we'll get better stuff. Fire Prot 4. You know, that could actually be very excellent. So we'll have Fire Prot boots with Mending and Unbreaking. And Feather Falling 3. So, pretty solid. They'll keep us safe in the Nether. We'll take slightly more damage from most sources, but, you know, less from burning. And hopefully that'll be good. And now we will perfect the hat. Prot 4, Respi 3, Aqua Affinity, Unbreaking 3, and Mending. A perfect helmet for a perfect day. Alright, is there anything else? Beds don't work in the Nether, but that's okay. We'll carry one anyway. Do they fit in a bag? They don't fit in a bag. Do they fit in a bag entirely? Yes, you can fit a whole bed into a bag, so that's good. Now we know. Alright, yeah, I think that's all the preparation to do, right? We'll, we got food, water that doesn't work, shelter that doesn't work, we got torches, we've got it all down to a science. Now where do we build the portal? Well, first, we'll go to bed. And I need to grab Eyes of Ender for emergency teleporting. We got one totem of Undying, and that should be enough, because if we need a second one, we need to be out of where we're at anyway. No, I'll bring no, I don't want to bring another one. We're not trying to go super far in on one jaunt. We're just trying to be prepared. You know, like a Boy Scout is, not like an overly anxious person is. Yeah, I mean, we don't need one at all, right? And they only blow up if you try to use them, so... yeah, we'll just not even bring it in. That's a waste of space, and I'm not very smart. We brought the books away from the enchanting table, which is a waste of space, and not the mark of a very smart person. But we're just going to go down, get the eyes, take one last look into the chests, and then... or the pearls, rather, not the eyes. We cannot get eyes. We don't know how. We do know how. We have to find the guys that I've never seen before and convince them to part with them. But a white pathway would be nice and show up well, but I think just cobble will be fine because functionally all we're trying to do is be able to see that there's a pathway. And 4 stacks of cobble will be plenty. And this will give me a chance to see if the Nether actually does change behind me or not, or if I'm just imagining it. We got our little gold boots on. which takes us down to one less whole thing of armor, and that's rough. Is the gold helm less of a loss? But you can't get the specific gold things on it. Anyway, we'll work it out. Just got to be aware that when we're wearing these boots, we're in more danger than normal, because we're losing our protection, and we're also losing the armor points. But we're not going to be wearing them all the time in the Nether, just every time we're around piglins or whatever. So if we're trying to move through one of those forested areas where we know there aren't piglins, we'll be taking these boots off and putting on the proper ones. Alright, so I think we'll just go and build our Nether portal. Oh, I need flint. If I don't have flint and steel, then I'm not going to be able to get in or out. So I should have one somewhere, and if not, then I'll make one real quick. Here we go. Just like I thought we would have. We won't need a clock, we won't need an apple, we won't need anything but ourselves, and so it's time for us to build another portal. Day 319. And if you're here, you're going to witness a momentous thing. We're going to ride this minecart down. No, that's not really what we're going to do. It is, though. And then, when we get to the top of the hill, we'll get out of the minecart and go slightly further, and then build another portal. I think we'll build one on the other side of the canal that'll be like a symbolic separation. I need to build a Torii gate, but we'll do that after we come out. But, you know, if something goes wrong, it'll be because I wasn't careful enough. Alright, so to build another portal, we need 2, and then a brick, and then 3. Not like that. And then like so. Hi, Iceberg. All right, let's see how it goes. All right. Swords out, loading terrain. Here we are in the Nether for the first time in this hardcore world. And there are fires all around. We're going to put some of them out. Look around. We are here on the side of a chasm. That is okay because we are relatively safe. They have those hogs who can get knockback on you, so we want to be cognizant of that. But we're not going to be too worried about it. We're just going to knock out those fires and get some nice proper fires here instead. Hey, a piglin. Well, you know what that means. It is time to start the noble trading of materials. So if I get a fire protection potion, we'll feel much happier. Are there more piglins? There are more piglins. I don't know if they'll get mad if I fight the hogs, so I'm going to try to stay away from them, but I need to learn if they're going to get mad if I fight the hogs or not, so... I'm like, what's up, man? Trying to brawl? Alright. I'm just going to shoot one of the hogs, and then we'll see if the piglins get angry about it. They do not care. And in fact, the hog barely seems to notice themselves. They've got a ton of HP. They do not appear to take damage from fire, but they might. Alright, the hoglin dies. We're doing it right in front of them. I don't think they care, but I did need to find out. That's a little zombie piglin. Ow. Alright, he looked like maybe he wanted to pile in, but I think he was just talking. Alright, so. We're just gonna start trying some trades here. We got a little bit of inventory space, and we're going to see how many piglin we can attract. Pigman admires item, piglin retreats. Alright, so they do the trade and then they run away like they're embarrassed about having done it. And then he runs right back again. And he gives me soul sand. Right there, he's looking at the cooked pork chops on the ground. So you kill them while they're on fire and you get cooked pork chops. All right, we got a big piglin village. So we just got to make sure that we're acting right, you know. We don't want to offend anybody. We're not going to accidentally start a knife fight. We know where the nether portal is right over there. We're just going to toss a bunch of gold and see what we get. We get a bunch of trash. We get nether bricks and crying obsidian. We get quartz. A bunch of these weird arrows, blackstone, just straight trash. All of it is terrible. There are so many of them, and I really don't love that feeling. Way too many of them around. Way too many noises. And they just throw a bunch more trash at me. So we get gravel. Alright, we're going to... Hey, you know, they do give you the ingredients to make another bundle, so at least there's that. Amazing. You know, actually, I take back all the things I said about them. These guys are great, because now that you can make a bundle out of their stuff... And we get 3 pearls on that little segment of the trade. Seems pretty lucky, but I guess we'd been getting a lot of trash before then. Not a single fire resist potion, which I very much want before we continue to move about the country. Well, you know, great success. Good job. All right, we never need to come back here again. Bye. I'm just kidding, guys. But we are going to run out and make a chest on the outside and put the junk in there. Alright, this is sort of how to operate like a person. You know, where you just throw a bunch of trash everywhere. But the good news is, we now have another chest where we can put nether stuff into it. We got like 10 Crine Obsidian now. I don't think you want that for literally anything ever, but it doesn't matter. We've got it. Alright, so which direction do we go? In the direction where all those guys were? Probably. Seems the most logical one. I think all the cobblestones were too much up. Bye, Sid. Alright. Once more into the nether. So, first taking a look around, now that we're slightly more happy with where we're at. I've got my obsidian on me. I don't need it in the bar, though. Floating island tree, vast lake of lava. Alright, so what do I do? Try to kill the wither skeletons? I don't know what that is. If I see a skeleton, I will try to kill them. I don't want to build that way, so we're just going to go this way. And why one straight line of cobblestone? Why not, I ask you? Why not? Oh, the hog's about to try to fight me. We're going to have to defend ourselves. Now, does it have to be a straight line? No, obviously not a straight line. We can go around a tree. But it should be, in all ways, a completely obvious thorough line that we can follow in the nether. Preferably not exactly on a... Alright, how do these break? With a hoe? That's terrible. Will they fall apart if we just crack the tree? I mean, they probably will, right? And we might want this wood for something. Maybe it is a pretty red color. Maybe it's just sort of in my way a little bit, and I would prefer to have visibility on our route, which is the case. The zombies won't brawl if we don't brawl. Our path is a couple of feet from the edge, which is good. And yeah, we're just going to... we're going to try to see if they follow tree principles here, and if not, we're just going to, you know, trim a little bit of the fat here when it comes to the borders. But it looks like maybe the warts don't fall down, but that's okay. If the trees are gone, we'll still be able to see a little bit. It's getting a little too close to the edge there anyway, so we will tell the pathway to go this way. See, this is nice. It's a nice little path, and you can tell by the cobblestone that it's not the nether, so you can very clearly find your way back home again. I don't think anyone of the nether is going to, like, sabotage it in a way that would render it inoperable. It's so many piglins, though. It is a disconcerting density of enemies, but since we know they don't get mad too easily, and we know where the wall is, so if we always walk on this side of the stone path, we know that we probably will be okay. Because really, rather than a path, it's like a wall. Like, hey, on the other side of this, you could fall over. And you'll just rely on me Yeah, I mean, Enderman might move some, but my thing is like, ow. You know, since we're on the proper side of the little miniature cobble wall that we're building, we know that if you get randomly attacked by hogs, then you'll be fine. Yep, and see, that's just the situation when you want to change the direction that your cobblestone is going a little bit, because you don't want to go down there. Nobody does. Absolutely no one in the whole world. And, you know, wouldn't little breaks also be very practical? Yes, but, you know, we're not going to do that. I mean, we are. We're going to do it by accident, though, not, like, because it's parsimonious. Alright, so right here we are traveling just sort of like away from spawn some, and that is good. That is fine and reputable. We're going to crack through the netherrack here. Look down. You know, we could safely go down there. We don't want to, but... But we're almost out of cobble, so we're just going to run to the chest at the entrance, because we can do that now. Safely knowing that we're going to be protected from you know, all of the perils, except for hogs. But if we're on this side of it, we'll know that they won't probably knock us off the edge. But that's the point of having safety, right? When you walk to the edge of it, you're always fine. Undiscovered debuff on the skeletons, be wary. Yes, absolutely. If I see any mob I haven't seen before, I will be giving them the old careful look. Well, you know, Look, I know I said that. And I know I said I would train, but not in hardcore. But it occurred to me that no one has ever told me a story about the Nether like, you know, they've said be careful about the bastions and stuff, but they've never been like in the deep dark where like people have in real life told me just don't go there. And all of you guys, when I first saw it, said, oh God, don't do it. You know, it was more like, yeah, be careful. Because people just like expect a person to be able to navigate the Nether. But what I want to do is put some cobblestone right here, which I think somebody mentioned. But yeah, this will stop me from running out the wrong direction of it, which could feasibly be done. And there, we'll just, you know, build a little bit of a wall. And there we go. Now we've got we've got a little bit of a barrier, and we are safely inside of the Nether. Here at our entrance at 311, 118, and 82 up. So if 82 is roughly sea level, that's where we want to be sure that we're building all of our portals, or thereabouts. But we're just going to go not too far, but a little bit in this direction, and then build another Nether portal and see if it takes us anywhere that we recognize in our world, and if not, we'll go, you know, keep on going. I think this is a much better way to be doing the Nether than what I had been doing, you know, which, well, I was in there on my easy thing, just trying to win and trying to beat the game, which is too focused for a guy like me anyway. I thrive on freedom in my my gaming pursuits. and, you know, carelessness and that kind of thing. But yeah, my workfriends told me about the deep. One dude was playing with his girlfriend, and I guess he like trolled her by being like, "Yeah, just run up to it, it'll be fine." But he knew I played in hardcore. But yeah, I mean, I basically all I talk about with most people is whatever I'm playing at the time, or you know, like if they're not a person who cares about video games, then I just usually don't talk to them. I mean, I have a lot of other interests, but for work people, if you're not already a gamer, why am I going to spend the time? Yeah, no, there were a lot of people at work that got like super pumped when they heard that I was starting Minecraft, and give me various tips and, you know, ask me about my adventures. They watch the streams sometimes and that kind of thing. Alright, we've got a... we've got a break here, but I think we'll just go in through the wall sideways. That seems most practical. Now the axe, or the pickaxe, churns, just positively wrecks netherrack with efficiency 5. But you do want to be careful about that, because if it's underneath you, or you even angle it a little bit badly down, you could really never wake up. Or up, of course, like right there. You angle it up a little bit, all of a sudden you wake up the lava. And, oh yeah, with Fortune, we're going to get like 1,000,000 quartz out of these, and probably like the gold flecks from the little gold things we get to. Yeah, so this one vein, we get 38 nether quartz. We're just going to put some torches here, just, you know, for practicality's sake. And before too much longer, we'll build another nether portal, but I want to get a little bit further, because this wouldn't be that long of a run. It will save us a ton of time in the future if we want to, you know, go, so we can make one, you know, on top of Everest if we wanted, or out by the Lush Cave, any old place. If the landscape doesn't change behind me, which I have my doubts about. No, netherrack is the opposite of what I want to do. Alright, let's peek down again. What have we here? Just want to make sure that we're careful about the edge, of course. While we're peeking around, we can't forget that hogs exist. Just another vast expanse of forest. Well, we'll keep on going in that direction. But we're almost out of cobble, and then we will have to go home for more cobblestone. You know, more like this could be practical, but I like the original way of being a path. And, seems like a hog is angry, but that is alright. Do I have any more stone with me? Do not. This is... might be almost far enough away to build. Yeah. You know what? Let's just build a portal. Or not, because the piglin sounds are scaring me. Yeah. And with the relative efficacy, I don't like how much it could drop off right there, but you know, we still have a couple of steps until we would fall, and we know to stay away from the entrance, right? Oh, I almost hit the piglin. That would have started a knife fight. We probably would have won it, but we're just going to run out real quick, put our junk into a chest, grab another thing, be thankful for the nice little cobblestone wall, good idea. So the stems, can you make stems into planks? Yes. Alright, so that's all you gotta do. We can make plenty of chests on the inside of the nether with these techniques. But we will need another chest for this right here, because quite clearly we're going to be getting just the most junk by running around in the nether. And I don't need those stakes. Yeah, no, seawater is not clean. Salt water is a great reservoir for Staphylococcus aureus, or staph, as people like to call it. Staph thrives in a very high salt environment, and for that reason, and many other ones, seawater is not clean and not appropriate for wounds. Although it is a common misconception that it is, I assure you that it is not, and I urge you not to allow yourself to have your wounds cleaned with such materials, as it is not good for you. But yeah, mini pearls indeed. We got 3 from trades, but the other like 16, those are just from killing various endermen. With looting 3, sometimes you get like 2 or 3 from killing one. So I haven't got that many endermen, I don't think. How many? Yeah, oh, just 14. The nether's not so bad when you have a plan for a path and to leave it, I think. I was giving myself hang-ups about it, but we give Garuda his seed. And we're just going to run downstairs, grab a bunch more cobblestone, and then get going. We definitely won't need all of this, but, I mean, we will eventually, so there's no point in leaving it in that chest when I can take it to a different chest and leave it there. Yeah, Natasha, some people think that because of salt, but of course there are lots of different bacteria in the world, and while many, many bacteria are killed by a high salt environment, there are other ones that thrive in it. And microbiology was one of my favorite classes in college. It was very interesting, super cool, and the lab is the best lab of any science lab I've ever been in. We went around the university and each like lab group we just scraped like a random thing, like you know, the floor, or you know, like a doorknob, or a thing by a hand washer in a bathroom, and then we grew it on these little petri dishes and did various tests, and then figured out what this bacteria that we found in the world was, using called the Bergey's Manual of Systematic Bacteriology, or Bergey's as you call it in microbiome field. But yeah, it's not clean. When you have a wound, you know, like salt water is not hydrogen peroxide, and especially wild salt water is not. But if you just like put salt into water and like swirl it around, it'll just do basically nothing. But yeah, just like, so there's two like basic big categories of bacteria called gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria. It's because of how they react in their cell walls to a test developed by this guy named Gram. It's not like because of anything else than that. And so gram-negative bacteria tend to be like more extreme and hardier. They live in weirder conditions. They can put up with more heat or chemicals, and those tend to be like super nasty. So like tuberculosis is a gram-negative bacteria. A lot of the stuff that you would do to kill normal bacteria either doesn't work on it, or you know, actually helps a gram-negative bacteria grow. But you know, bacteria are a vibrant and vast kingdom of life, and what is true for one group or genus or, you know, family, class, whatever of bacteria won't be true for all of them. So if somebody ever tells you that, you know, medicine's a one size fits all, respectfully, they may be misinformed. There's certainly not just one thing you do for everything, but there's some stuff that is very unlikely to ever hurt. That's why, like, first line hydrogen peroxide is the go-to for wound cleaning, because if it does nothing, it won't at least harm it. But anyway, I've talked enough about the problems of salt water. But anyway, if you get a chance to take a microbiology class in college, I thoroughly recommend it. If you're like any sort of science major, you know, like you got to take, you know, your bio and your chemistry or physics, depending on whatever, and then you got like your upper level, you take botany or zoo. But microbiology for a 2000 level class, it's like the coolest college course that I took that wasn't in like literature or history or anything like that. Natasha, that baby had it coming. That baby, that beast was an animal, and it would have pushed me into the fire. Well, I'm not trying to tell you to argue with your mother, but what I usually do in situations like that, when I'm having a discussion with a person and they say a thing that I don't think is true and they say something like that, that's called, in debate philosophy, that's an argument to authority. It's saying this person who is authoritative says it, and so it's true. But what I usually say is, I'm not saying that a surgeon didn't say that. I'm disputing that it's true. I'm not saying that this person who should know better didn't say it, but there are all sorts of people with advanced degrees that are mistaken about things. And not in like a the earth is flat kind of way, but just, yeah, you could have definitely found a person in the 70s that was a doctor that would have any number of very, very out of date viewpoints, and they're called best practices in all fields. But of the view of best practices for every field of human interaction professionally changes, and maybe, you know, 100 years ago that would have been totally good. But now that we have a much more systematic approach to health, I do not think you could ever find a like a modern manual, like a magazine that told doctors to do that. Whether or not you could find an individual doctor that ascribed to it is not the thing. But I said I was done talking about it. Instead, I'm building a little cobblestone wall in the nether and still talking about it. But the important thing is that I'm so far from the edge, I'll probably live forever. Yep. Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, you're supposed to learn from the past, but part of learning from the past is learning what mistakes are in it. What are the failures of thinking that led people to make significant intellectual and maybe even moral and, biological mistakes? For a long time, they didn't have the germ theory of disease, and what people would have believed is going to hurt you was wildly inaccurate, but they were doing the best they can, and so do we all. And whenever people are wrong about stuff like that too, it doesn't mean, that they're stupid or anything like that. It just means that when they were forming their opinions, somebody who may not have known better, formed their opinion that way. And it's very tricky to talk to people who are mistaken about factual matters if they're like really into believing that their interpretation is more or less accurate. Because they can be offended, and especially if you're talking like with a parent or something like that. I'll use my example. I don't normally talk about real life stuff too much, but this isn't going to embarrass the old man, and it's not like he's ever going to watch this. So my dad, when I saw him last, there had been a cougar attack in California, and someone had died, which does not happen very often at all. It's super rare, in fact. And it hadn't happened in a really long time. I didn't know how long, but I was talking with him, and he was like, they need to start having cougar hunting again. He was like really into this idea that because we didn't allow people to hunt mountain lions, they were running rampant, and that everybody was in like this grave danger in California and on the western coast of the United States from mountain lions. Because, somebody did get hurt, and somebody that he listened to probably told him that was the case, and then he believed it. But then I looked it up, and apparently like less than 100 people, cougar, that's like a localized term for mountain lion. We call them cougars here in Arkansas, but it's the same thing. It's that's how you spell it. And it's just a mountain lion. It's a big cat. Mountain lions are not lions like that. If you looked them up, you would see. And I don't believe we ever had native ones. But mountain lions, we do still have. They're cowards. You might have heard them called like catamounts as well, I think. But anyway, so I looked it up, and apparently in like the last 100 years, like less than 200 people, I forget the exact number, but less than 200 people have been killed in North America by mountain lions. So like, and it had been like 40 years since someone in California had been killed by one. But I didn't actually bring any of this information to my dad. I didn't look it up then. But my father didn't form his opinions about the dangers of mountain lions by looking at statistics about mountain lions. So I couldn't change his opinion about them by bringing them up, even if I had them, right? Because you can't reason somebody out of an opinion they didn't reason themselves into. My dad is a hunter. My dad feels very strongly that we should basically be able to hunt most animals with few exceptions, and that, that's a good thing. My dad thinks that we should be hunting all the wolves and they're a terrible danger. That's the kind of guy he is. And so when he hears a story that fills in his viewpoint, he jumps on it. Not to kick the old man, he's not here to defend himself, but I don't think he would really disagree. He does believe that about hunting, and so, whenever something that could fit in with hunting jumps into mind, that's going to be how he feels about it, right? He's not going to think, oh, I bet this is a weird statistical aberration. This is proof that what I already believe is accurate. And that's what you often get in older people, too. So my dad, he's not super old. Maybe he's almost 70. But I found a long time ago that it's not really useful to argue with he or my mother about factual matters. For one, you know, it doesn't work because they just think I'm smarter than them, and then I'm picking on them, you know. They'll just be like, you know, it doesn't matter what we talk about, she'll always win. That's what they think. They don't think that, like, I actually looked it all up, and that's why I get to be right, you know, so... Anyway, enough of picking on my parents. We're just going to move in this direction a little bit further and try to go down a little bit, because we've moved up like 12 slots, and I want to not have that, so we're gonna... No, not the torches. Like so, to let us know that we are about to move this way. And then we'll just move a little bit further down here. Yeah, sorry for talking about my views on empirical argument for so long, but you know me. I do tend to ramble. Hello, Sophicia. Yeah, I guess it does sound like a lot of old people. I mean, not me. You know, I'm a different kind of old person. I'm hip. I'm with it. I have a mustache. You know, like, this is the mustache of a guy that can be convinced by data. And yeah, we're just going to go a little bit further into the wall, and we want to try to get, you know, a view of the outside, but you know, in due course. So we'll probably curve down there, and then once we get down to relative sea level, build the next portal. And actually, this is fun. I like this. This is not like my other Nether experiences at all, but I think it's just because, you know, I'm not harried, I'm not hurried, I'm not actually freaking out at all because it's all very controlled. We know exactly where we've been. We can always get back. We're keeping good track of where falling could occur. Definitely don't want any surprise falls, like right there. That's why you don't dig underneath yourself. I think if we hit the gold, the piglins, like, freak out. But I don't know if they can see me, so we're going to hit it. And it looks like this is actually a really good way to get gold. Not, like, the best thing I've ever seen, but... Because it takes 9 of those little chunks to get a bar, but if you get, with fortune, yeah, we're getting big chunks of gold each time, so that's not too bad. But we do need to get more on the wall here. Did I just throw down my tools? No, we're okay. I can get a whole block of the nether gold with silk touch and smelt it for an entire one. Oh, that is good information. That is really good information. Thank you. All right. So, once we go back, we're getting our silk touch pick, we're putting mending on it, and we finally found a reason for it. But we don't need fortune. I don't think you could have fortune and silk touch on the same thing, actually. They would preclude each other, wouldn't they? But, excellent. Excellent. Most excellent indeed. I had never thought I would want silk touch for ores except for, like, decoration, but that's a horse of a different color. Alright, we got huge drops potential here. That's not good, that's just a fact. Just keeping an eye out for the hogs, because we don't want them to be popping us. Looks like we still can't see anything new. That's alright, you know, there's many more miles to go in the Nether before we go anywhere else. But yeah, we'll just go this way for a bit. This forest is pretty big. And we've got a little drop there, or a big drop there, but we're just going to we're gonna put a little cobblestone pathway in right away, so we won't have to worry about that. And then we're going to, you know, get rid of all the netherrack that was there, because that is the way the world works. But we can't just stop with... And here we'll actually want a railing on both sides, I think. That sort of sounded like a ghast. I almost said ghastly, but then that annoyed me, so I didn't do it. But then I said I was thinking about it, which is the same as doing it. I'd like to apologize to my hatred of puns for that. Alright, well, it's, I got some questions here. Alright, you're asking, am I ever going to monetize my videos? I mean, maybe someday. They won't even let me right now, I don't think. I'm not famous enough. I think you gotta get famous. You have to hit certain metrics, and I'm not at them, so I don't even think they would let me. If I had wanted to. But you're asking if YouTube's going to be a full-time thing or is it just passion? Well, I mean, I have a full-time job and I have to pay my bills. I think it's everybody's daydream that makes a video on YouTube that they might one day be able to, you know, just do that. But I'm not, you know, that's not even like a real daydream for me. That's just like an idle pie in the sky thing. I don't have any illusions that I could get that popular. Alright, let's see where this takes us. Yep. Here into the blissful field. Alright, we're at negative 28k and 28k. So this is about 1,800 blocks out from where we live. Next to that Savannah village, which I think is the one where we found the horse in the saddle for the first time. You're saying that when people have to do it, it's you feel like people can lose their passion? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If I had to wake up and play for 2 hours, you know, then maybe that would grind on me. And especially, like, because I don't want to get too into it and sound negative, but, like, so, like, if I needed this to keep my lights on, well, then I couldn't be myself anymore. I think a lot of people feel that, you know, like, especially when people get bigger, they might even have, like, other workers with them. Well, then you got to produce. You have to make your videos. You got to worry about who's watching them. You got to make sure that people are happy. And, like, I love you guys. Like, I'm so happy you're here. I get a thrill from seeing the comments. It's fun. It's great. I really like it. But I think I've said it before, but, like, I don't need anything from you, right? All I want is your attention. That's all I need from you. I don't ask for your money. I don't ask for you to buy stuff and put a code in. All I want is for you to spend the time that you want to spend with me. And I don't know how anybody could do that while still needing to keep their lights on, you know? If you were, like, really... Hello, Kylo. If you were, like, really successful on YouTube, I could see it. But I think even then, people get sort of, you know, locked into the need to produce that they perceive, you know, or that their sponsors have, or any old thing. And I don't know if that would happen to me. I would have to get famous first, which I don't anticipate. But my specific personality may protect me somewhat from that kind of thing, just because I'm not very good at giving people what they want. Even if I understand it, sometimes I just don't want to do it, and I won't. But it might protect me somewhat from, you know, the pandering, but fundamentally, I love playing video games, and it's not like an affectation that I'm having a good time. So I think that even if I played them 8 hours a day, I would still be able to maintain a positive attitude about it. No, Kylo's been here before. He just calls me that every time. He is not the only person to have observed my amazing resemblance to Dr. Eggman. But I prefer Robotnik, of course. It's a much more classy name. Alright, so we're just going to run home, and no, we're not going to do that. We're going to find a tree. This tree. And then we're going to make a crafting table. And then we're going to get this gold made up. And whatever else we've got. Now we've got a little bit more inventory space there from the gold. Is that a locker in my closet? It is. It's a safe. But if anyone were to break into it, I would be very upset, but I think they would be very upset too. It is full of things that mean a lot to me, but that wouldn't mean a lot to other people. So I really hope that no one ever looks at it and thinks that it must be worth something because it's locked up. It's like in the movie Richie Rich, if you've ever seen it, it's excellent. But they break into the vault and just like, where's all the money? Where's all the gold, the jewels, the cash? Where's all the money? And they're like, in banks, you know, like where you would keep it. But yeah, well, this safe actually it is a gun safe, but I don't have any in it. But my dad used to have it, but then they were moving, and I was like, hey, I could keep that to keep all of my cool stuff in. All of my personal treasures, and yeah, so I have it there. If it had like proper money or like weapons or whatever in it, I would never have it showing on the stream. But since it's just, you know, stuff. It doesn't make me nervous to do or whatever. Rule 1 of weapons is that you do not demonstrate to others that you have them to be cool or casually. It's maybe not the first rule. It's one of the first rules, and it's an important rule. And we can make quartz stuff now. Quartz pillars. Quartz bricks. Don't know how quartz really looks. We'll figure it out someday. But I'm just going to hop out here and make a chest to throw some random nether trash into. Or actually, we'll get wood for it, but we'll put the chest in the middle, or... so this is when we really have to decide who we're going to be when we grow up. Are we going to just make chests and leave them at the nether entrances? Or are we going to do it on the inside of the nether? The inside's more practical since we'll be traveling through it. We'll just move forward and pick up, like, all of this netherrack, because, like, man, if there was a reason to have netherrack, I guess you can make bricks out of it, right? You can cook it into nether bricks. So maybe you can use it to, you know, that fall didn't make me feel good inside, not one bit. Maybe you could use it to get experience, if you can cook it in a furnace and get experience for it. Yeah, that would be funny. That would be like your nether experience farm. You could get lava buckets because someone said you could use those in a furnace, and then you just like put them in a thing. And the Totem of Undying. Oh, I did a raid maybe a week ago. It was great. You should watch the stream. I read Shakespeare in it. You know, I flubbed a word, but I had a good time. And then we've also hit up like 3 or 4 woodland mansions in the last week for the first time. And I might have gotten this totem there. I'm not sure which location this totem in specific is from. We're going to go down and pick these up, but I don't want to go much further here. Much further down, that is to say. We're just going to skirt this way. That's just so we maintain just like the general sea level, middle of the nether position. You get enough experience to totally take care of the mending on your stuff if you have it, so that's nice. Yeah, we've got a whole forest down there. But that's not the only thing we want to find. We're here in the nether for one reason, you know, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness and all that, to try to not fall through the floor. But we're here to try to find a fortress for blazes. Because then I can get another item that matters and then not follow up on that for another month. The Hoglin, the Piglin snorts angrily, the Hoglin growls angrily. I'm glad that they get the little adverbs on there. Oh, they are shooting each other. They are having a go. I'm going to help. Alright, good deal. I think we're all agreeing that the fight against the Hoglins was a wonderful success. And we'll be able to capitalize on that in the future for the benefit of all. Alright, so guess we're not finding a fortress in this direction, but we're also not really dissuaded because the point is not to find a fortress. We're getting little bits of gold here and there. That's fine. We're getting a bunch of netherrack, which is totally irrelevant, but is also true. Hello, Heat Livin'. We're hanging out in the nether. We're throwing netherrack over the side. We'll pick up plenty more in no time, I'm sure, but I don't want it. We're just very carefully navigating through. And there the gold was intersecting with the top of the tree, which was a double tree. Interesting. I don't like the way they talk to me. Alright, so we just are going to go down here now. Yeah, so... Okay. This one's mad at us. No, he got over it. I was like, we're about to brawl. There's a bunch of stuff over there, but it's all the same as what we had over here. Everything in the leather looks the same, and that's why we build a cobblestone path to keep us safe. Yeah, there you go. You'll just walk right here. I almost hit that kid with an axe. Gently hit the kid with an axe. It would have been fine. He would have been okay. Wait, no, I went the wrong way down. This is the way down. Yeah, there we go. So we've actually helped their people considerably. We've given them access to this this upper area. Alright, I thought we were gonna have to brawl, but we're alright. You know, we're carrying slightly too much cobblestone. We'll have to fix that. But yeah, so this is... I didn't realize that the Nether was going to be such a good thing of a good source of gold, because the blocks are little, but with fortune you get rather a lot. Yeah, this forest, it's really bullying all the other ones for sure. But if I had a couple more, we'd do some more trades, but we'll just keep on going. Alright, so now we're here. Which direction shall we go? We could go anywhere. Alright. The continuing Nether Highway is brought to you by this song. What have we here? Another vast expanse. And another grunty, snorting piglin. Well, you know, they've got a lot to be upset about, now that a new guy came into their town with cobblestone, ripping up all of the beautiful rack that used to make up their land and leaving them nothing. They've got some nice little floating stuff. I think we're gonna try to go down a little bit. Maybe not permanently, but just to see if we can see anything cool down there. And if it ends up that we don't want to take that path, we'll put up a sign that says, "No, don't go. No matter what you do, don't follow the cobblestone wall that's supposed to be symbolic of the path. Do a different thing." You know, we'll do that. All right. That's simple enough. Yeah, you just walk right up it. It's not sketchy on either side, so we don't need to worry about a railing. This is sketchy on either side, so we do need to worry about a railing. They've got a cool little floating thing here. All right, yeah, this is pretty nice looking vista here. We just might need to throw all the netherrack over. You know, you get like so much netherrack, but it's hardly relevant to hold on to it, since you can get just hundreds and hundreds in a matter of moments. Hi, Sid. Whoops, I forgot to mute it. I wouldn't say that you've missed anything. We've just been moving slowly and deliberately through the nether. We have not found anything interesting other than enemies. But we've put up one secondary portal already. And now we're just continuing on. Alright, so we won't fall all the way if we go that way, which means we can peek out our heads there. Oh, it's a little one. It's just a baby, you said. That baby is going to be the plot of Old Yeller if we don't take care of him. Get back here. We can't let him grow up. He'll be a grievous enemy once he's larger. We're going to have to slay him. Oh, God. But we're away from our cobblestone. You know, I bet he's in league with our enemies. He's trying to dissuade us. We'll just have to let him grow up and fight him then. It's not safe to leave the trail. We're here inside of a tree again. You know, that can happen. Got a crack in the floor. Alright, I'm not convinced that anything exists in the Nether besides red rock and red trees. And then occasionally those basalt deltas that are full of even worse things than red rock and red trees. These guys are hanging out on this little island. Good for them. They're having a time. The wood is nice. I need to look at it out in the light. I've looked at it in my survival world in the past. I think I used it for like a fence somewhere, but we don't want to fall in there. Heyo! Now that looks special, doesn't it? I'm pointing at the thing on the screen so you can tell. That looks exactly like a something, and we're gonna find out what kind of something it is. That is indistinguishable from a thing that definitely has to be some kind of something. I know it is. It's way too regular. It's got the arches, it's got the little things. That's a fortress. Pretty sure it's a fortress. It could be a bastion, but I think it's a fortress. So we are going to head in that direction. Sometimes if you just wait long enough, you will discover the something. Yeah, I think I've seen one, but in, like, bedrock, and it was a long time ago. And I don't, like, I think there's an advancement for, like, getting into a bastion and getting into a fortress that I saw. But, be afraid of the skeletons for poison, yes. Natasha mentioned that I would want to be careful of the, potential debuff, so I definitely will keep that in mind. But yeah, so this is when I was playing on peaceful. But I remember that they were made of, like, bricks, and they didn't give an advancement, but there's an advancement here, I think, in the Nether for it, for walking into it. Yeah, a terrible fortress. So, like, that's not a thing in, or, like, those were the days. You didn't get that. That's not an achievement. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be trying to get fire protection first. There are some piglins. We can try for more fire protection. We've got gold ingots. Because blazes probably blaze. So we're just going to run in this direction until we see some piglins and then do some trades. Thank you for reminding me. I bet the blazes are a lot less problematic if you can't be hurt by fire. And then I can put my diamond on. Alright, they gotta be here somewhere. Here we go. Alright, let us have a trading extravaganza. This is the most important part of any run, is trading. Where'd my shield go? Did I drop it? There'd my shield go. It's back again. That's okay. We got a water bottle. No effects. Three pearls. Maybe those were already there and I don't remember. Boots of soul speed, which are not that useful to me. Alright, well, still nothing good. I don't think this water bottle's gonna get me as far as I can throw myself. Well, you know, we'll have to, Oh, the kid takes the gold and doesn't leave an item? That is sad. You know, that's why other people can't have nice things. We're gonna throw all this stuff in here and then just try to trade the rest of these golds without having the kid get so many of them. I've used the shield before, Natasha. We've all seen me use the shield. Why, earlier today I used it to show that I could block a guardian attack. Did you see me do it later? Maybe not. It's hard to say. You know, a lot of things went on in the deep of the guardian. Super annoying. Pig grunting intensifies. Water bottle intensifies. Pig child thievery intensifies. Alright, did I get anything cool? No. It's all the same old trash. What about this time? Give me a fire prop potion. I swear I got like a friggin' billion of them in the past. And not this time. Like in my survival chest, I got like 100 things of fire prop potions. Just like chilling. And here I can't get a 1. Not when it actually matters. Whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine. Wonder what the spectral arrows do. Perhaps they shoot ghosts. Well. Time to see what we can do. We've got our emergency teleportation spheres. I was like, where's my other bundle? The one with the good stuff. There we go. We'll have our golden apples. Pearls there? Yeah. Alright, and I think when we go into the fortress, we'll put our proper boots on. We might switch to fire brought boots. We'll just see, like, what we feel like once we get there. But alright. Wait, no, I've got 4 more trades to do. Maybe with 4 more trades to go. Come on, guys. Just give me 1 fire protection potion. I probably won't even drink it. Alright, it was not to be. And I mean, I probably wouldn't have even drank it, right? Y'all know me. Let's get our carrot stack out. Oh, actually, I have 27 more trades, so I hope you didn't think I was done gambling today. I'm kind of over that kid existing, but, you know, I didn't say that out loud. More gravel trash. More glorious gambling. Just give me what I want. It won't hurt you. And I won't hurt you. I think we got 3 more eyes, so at least there's that. Yeah! Splash potion of fire resistance. There we go. Sid, as always, being my anti-lawyer. No, you're really acting as my attorney and encouraged me to stop saying things out loud. And you know, you're not wrong. You're not even a little bit wrong. Soul Speed 3 on the Iron Boots, which is, you know, we'll carry them with us, because we might put them on when we're in the Soul Speed area, but it just, you know, I would prefer to have it on gold, so that we have, like, nether boots. But we've got our fire resist, we've got our golden carrots, we've got the whooshing sounds in the background, whatever they're for. And, you know, the only thing to do is press on forward to the fortress. You know, we weren't even making entry, but I was like, ah, you're right, the potions. Obviously, the potions have to be secured. Sometimes whenever I'm playing Minecraft and then I do a thing like this where, you know, we sort of go in a direction and then we find the fortress. It's like, you know, you gotta wonder, if I turned left, would it have been right there? Like the woodland mansion on this spawn, which is, you know, like 500 blocks max from spawn. If I would have just turned left, I could have died right there, and we never would have discovered anything in this world. And, you know, I think about that sometimes. Oh, I didn't bring enough cobble. I probably have some in this chest. Nope, all I put in that one was netherrack. Well, I have to go back and get more cobblestone from the other chest. This is truly the worst thing ever. You know what? Why don't I build another portal? Yeah, what? No, we'll just get closer and then build another portal. And then I can get cobblestone from there, since I'll be in the overworld, where you can get cobble. Okay, so this bridge is immense, and I don't actually know where the fortress is. I kind of thought the bridge was going to lead right to it, but let's get on top here and get a look at it. You know, a careful look. Alright, yeah, so either we build over or we go all the way in that direction and find what it connects to eventually. Yeah, it's still going, so, yeah, alright. Well, we'll go down to sea level-ish. No, we'll build a portal here, get more cobblestone, and then, yeah, that'll be what we do. Of course, we'll also not do that and drop a lot of lava on our heads, but it'll be okay. If you hear the whooshing sound, you can protect yourself in time. It's just like one single lava thing that was a source in the middle of there. It wasn't even like a whole thing. Well, you know, that'll wake you up in the morning. Ah, and the forest connects. Obviously, the infinite forest. Alright. So, Nether portal. We'll build it here-ish. This is 51. This is probably going to put us, like, inside of a, inside of a landmass or, like, under the ocean. We need to go a little taller to build this portal, I think. Alright, the good news is that the fire protection works pretty well, and the boots aren't burning all the way, and that I was capable of sealing that in that instant whenever it happens. That was pretty nice. Now we've done it again. Of course we've done it again. Alright, there might actually be a lava flow problem here. Oh no, I have teleported into the lava. We're gonna be fine. Alright, so maybe the teleporting eye being there isn't such a good idea. Maybe trying to go up isn't a good idea. You know, I've had trouble with the direction up before. Yeah, the quartz gives good enough experience to where even with the crazy amount of rack that we've been breaking, been good. So the piglins can hear us hitting the gold, and it makes them really, really mad. It's not like important information, it's just a fact. Alright, this is a fine place to build a portal, so we'll do that. and then we'll get more cobblestone. Should be able to put it like so, I would think. Does it even have to have a block on the top left? We will find out now. I know it doesn't have to be obsidian, so never mind. Yeah, okay, so there you go. You only need one up on the side to connect it to. Good news, guys. I have come out inside of an amethyst geode at -50, so we're at the bottom of a lukewarm ocean. Instead of 74 up. Right. Well, you know, that's the exact same as why I built it here. I thought that it should put me at a relative elevation, but it won't. Whatever, maybe we can find some kind of stone there. Oh no, I have thrown away my flint and steel. Alright, so it says it's an ocean, but we're actually in deep slate because, of course, there's no water down this far. Alright. Well, this is not the first time I've come out in a weird place, but I really thought I understood how the Nether populated things. Maybe this was an already existing ruined portal inside of the Amethyst Geode, and it fixed it from the other side? I don't know. I don't get it. It's alright. I just needed cobblestone, but deep slate will theoretically do, right? And calcite will do, and all of this will do. I'm just throwing away literally everything I have. Whenever I'm at this point of inventory space, all I do is despair. And if I ever think about what I'm doing, I'll just start like crying, so it doesn't matter. Just throw everything on the ground. Just literally don't mind it. It doesn't matter. Because if you ever spend 1 minute thinking about how it feels to have a full Minecraft inventory, you'll never make it. The whole world will end, and you'll still be there, thinking about it. It doesn't matter. But I need more stone to make a noticeable path. Even though cobble would be better, we'll use whatever we find here. Some nice calcite, whatever goes with that. Alright, so this actually isn't too far from home, but diamonds, so now everything is forgiven. And bringing me down into this weird expanse is fine, because I got diamonds. I mean, do I need them for anything? No. No, I don't. I clearly don't. But I got them, and that's something. Diamonds! More diamonds! Glorious! Alright, so here we are in the deep ocean. We have gone up like 17 blocks and we still have not seen any water. We hear a skelly through the wall. This is not an ocean either. In conclusion, this biome is confused. Anyway, that's enough of that. We've got enough cobble. So, diamonds is better than no diamonds, indeed. It's time to go back down into the deep. And may we never use this nether portal in particular ever again. After all the effort I went to go in the direction roughly labeled up, and then they send me down into this. But no, seriously, how do I get back, though? Right here? Right here! I'm like, wait, no, we don't need the resist out yet because we still have to get there. Alright, so now we're going to go in the direction roughly labeled as down. Which, for some reason, will take us, you know, away from the nether portal at the bottom of the ocean. Are the bundles already full? Well, 2 of them have just, like, random... 3 of them have single items in them. So, yeah, they're full, but they're full of nonsense. Stop bullying me. That's not nearly as good as cobblestone for showing up. It's not nearly as good. It's terrible, actually. That's awful, because it's not bright, you know? Yeah, for all of that, now we're going to go back, put this junk into a box, and run back and get the cobblestone from an earlier box. The white will be fine, but I really need it to show up when we're running. Or rather, do I? No, because it just has to be an obvious line. Yeah, an obvious line. We can make an obvious line out of these. It's just not very aesthetic. Since ideally we're not going to really be deviating from the line that we're drawing anyway. It's not like we could get lost because it looks sort of netherish. Do we go down and then build a thing across the water and then try to find a way up? Do we just build across? That's the worst thing I've ever said, right? Because why would I think I could do that without falling down? What's the worst that could happen? We'll fall down and die. Alright, so we will change the controls and have sneak toggle on, and we'll see if this will be the worst thing ever or not. Even if we fall into the water, right, there's a shore not too far away, and we'll be able to get up on it. We're just going to look at the subtitles and see if it sounds like anybody is about to honor me with a shot of an arrow or something. Anything like that. There we go. And let's just make a railing, you know. We're gonna back up, but I'm gonna stay in crouch. That way we can't fall. And this will be our safe way into the fortress each time. You know, we don't want it to be unsafe after all. We might have to come back here for blaze rods again. Alright, there you go. Alright, I guess this is it. Whew. We are now in a terrible fortress. And this is the only way in or out. Keeping our eyes peeled, that's a skeleton, probably the spicy kind. And that little guy with the whirling blades looks like one of the baddies, so we are going to start prosecuting the fight. I don't know if blazes can be hurt by arrows or by fiery ones, but we're going to try. Oh, that is a shadowy little fellow there. Could barely see him showing up against the distance, so the blaze definitely can be killed by arrows. And that skeleton is very dark, full of terror. No doubt one of those withers that people were speaking of earlier. Okay, yep, there you go. He's quick, runs fast. If they're on you, you can tell, and then you won't have to worry about it. We get the advancement. We get a wither skeleton skull, so that's something. But now the only thing to do is take a look around this fortress, figure out how it works, where it ticks, what's going on. Are there treasures within, in addition to the terrible skeletons? Find out today. Looks like they have normal skeletons and then the big scoopy wither skeletons. So we are going to take this shot and miss, and take this shot and successfully punch them in the face. They are immune to fire, it looks like. What, did they not always drop a skull? That guy just like pushed someone off the side. Pretty funny. Alright, we knocked him off the side. Good stuff. Alright, so there's like a big internal building there. Maybe that's where our goal is. Because there were a couple of blazes, but... Oh, yeah, well, that's not what we're doing. We're going down a level. Somewhere. Right here. We're going down a level right here. We could jump. Let's jump. It'll be daring. Yeah, so you can't go further down. We could look inside of these pillars, but I'm inclined to think that the fortress will be, you know, more or less straightforward. You know, you follow the paths, you go up or down, you see what's going on. A little bit of light will go a long way here since the withers are shadowy and scary. We've got... Alright, there we go. There's the spawner. So we just need to make our way over there, and then we can fight as many blazes as we want. Alright, so this whole thing has a massive connection here. This is a very, very large area. I think whenever I found my fortress in my world, Alright, we've got hit by the blaze. It's fine, doesn't hurt that much. We've got our fire prot on after all. There are 2 wither skeletons over there, but we're going to prosecute the fight to this blaze, except we won't because he's floating away, and that way lies peril, so we're going to do this. Ah, there's another spawner, or it's a chest? It's a spawner. Alright, so... Alright, easy peasy. We've got 7 blaze rods now. So we're just going to hang out here and kill them for a while. I guess that's all you got to do. They'll pop out again here in a second, surely. They're just feeling antsy because of the beating I put on them. And that one's gonna drop his loot into the abyss. No, right there. I can grab those and come back up. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure these guys are more intimidating if you don't have perfect gear. Or rather, very good gear. I shouldn't go so far as to call it perfect. Yes, here on day 324 in hardcore, I finally learned how to play the game a little bit more than before. Alright, it's gonna be fine. I just need to get a little bit of distance. There's a wither skeleton that way, which we're just going to pop them, and then we'll continue to the blazes. 1, 2 shots does it. Alright, easy peasy. And although we could shoot the blazes, we want to do it with a sword because the bow doesn't have looting, and the sword does. And now with 15 blaze rods, count them up, 15 blaze rods. I don't know how many we need, but we're just going to farm some more. At least a stack, probably, unless I get bored. And I just started a possible gang war there. We'll see how it goes. Alright, phase 1. All the piglins in the area are going to come in. But if they have to come in from this area, then we'll just keep shooting them until they're all bored of attacking, so... Did you see that? I lifted up my shield. Now, I didn't do anything. Obviously, I didn't do anything, but I did attempt to make it look like I was using it. And I think I should get partial credit for that. 20 rods feels good. So sometimes it can spawn like 3 and sometimes just 1. So that could be pretty funny if you really wanted them to be dropping this stuff quick. Now up to 27 rods, feels nice. And you can make blaze powder out of them. And we'll see all the things that we can do for that whenever we return home. Which we'll probably do when we get like a stack of them. Wouldn't it be funny if I beat the game for the first time in hardcore? Oh, you're saying you get the looting effect if the swords are in hand, so I can just shoot? Oh, by holding right click. You know, that's actually way better than having a shield, because when am I ever going to actually use a shield? It'll be a little getting used to see it out of the left hand there when it's pulled back, but I don't think it should take too much time. Alright, great. A gas cries. That I don't like the sound of. Because gas can blow up blocks with their shenanigans, but I think he's way down there. And for all of that, 2.5 hearts. I couldn't beat it in easy, it was too hard. I got annoyed. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't look shiny. $45 blaze rods. $50 blaze rods. Oh wow, yeah, they can shoot from wicked far away. But, importantly, a power 5 shot in the dome does seem to be enough for them. Hey, there's a chest over there. That is exciting. It has a single diamond in it. And, you know, some stuff. Maybe there's a better chest in here. Bunch of mushroom punji stick looking stuff going on. A little lava source looking. Nether warts. Hi Layla. I came to the nether. It's actually going pretty well. I conquered the Guardians of the Deep way earlier than I thought, leading me to this this glorious thing. So this is not the same spotter, that's a different one. We got 2 Wither Bros there. I don't really love this positioning, but we'll just shoot these blazes, shoot the withers, shoot these guys through the wall. No, that doesn't work. They'll need to peek out their heads. But I think I can hit this hit. That should drop right on his head. Yep, there we go. And then one more right there. Nope, a little higher. Oh, come on. I was sure that one was going to get it. That one will hit him, though. There we go. These guys with their big, dumb heads. And then we knocked him off of the side of the world, as he deserves. Alright, now we'll just walk over to the left here and collect all of our loot. No additional wither skulls, so apparently they are rare. Alright. Feels good. So there's multiple blaze spawners in a fortress, or there can be multiple blaze spawners in a fortress. This is a sort of sketch one. Alright, there's multiple wither skeletons around here. There's one inside there. He doesn't think I can see him, but I can. And then there's 2 right there, but we're just going to fight him fair and see how it goes. No shield, no service, no problem. Bunch of noobs. Alright, well that was fun. We got 62, Oh, I can use them for potions? Yeah, I knew that. Great, yeah. But anyway, yeah, Layla, I've never really been to the Nether with any amount of success before, so this is pretty fun. But now, we've got more than a stack of blaze rods, and it's time to bid the fortress adieu. We can always come back again. If need be, but it's not this way, it's the other route that we've taken to get up here. But I feel like, okay, so it took longer than it had to get here, but I feel good about how safe it is, except that these guys are now on top of my safe route. But the looting thing with the bow, that actually is amazing because I am an archer by preference, so that'll let me feel like I'm not wasting any loot. Now we'll just run back along the route out, even though no, we'll take the Nether portal out and then we'll just go up and run. We could do either. Yeah, let's go up. Let's see where this stupid Nether portal actually is. I mean, for one, it's in the middle of a geode, which is very cool, but for another, at the bottom of the ocean, which is incredibly obnoxious. But yeah, Layla, so I went through all this effort to go up a little higher because the Nether, you know, like the coordinates correspond to a different place. And then it woke me up. So I went up to like 80 because I was that lower, and then it took me to -50 and built me this portal in the middle of the Amethyst Geode, which is, I think, objectively very funny. Also, Layla, I went to your creative world. It's so beautiful. Oh my god, there's so much cool stuff in it. I didn't wait for you to show me around. I just joined up and walked around. I love the Blue Mountain. I love all the cherry tree stuff. I really, really like the Dark Oak Village thing. I like, there's a lot of stuff to love. The little amusement park thing was cool. But yeah, I did go. The little mushroom thing with the King Julian frog on the inside, that was fun. It was just a really awesome place. I had a blast. Definitely look forward to looking around it more. Alright, so first things first, we're going to put our real boots on and put those little fake boots in there. And second things, what do? We make a crafting table. There's one down here. We make this gold into gold to free up space. Oh, I can make brewing stands now? I can make brewing stands now. Now that I don't need it. You're going to make a survival world? Your first survival? Oh, you're going to do so good. Trust me, I should know. Why, it wasn't last week. I didn't know anything about the game, and now I know two things, which are how to get stuck in an amethyst geode and how to get unstuck in an amethyst geode. Alright, which way's up? This way's up? This way's up. Yeah, because this is actually... This is less than 1,000 blocks from home, so I think it'll be just as quick to get out this way and then go home. Plus, I kind of want to definitely see where we get whenever we leave this place. Where are the breads? It's like for all of my plans for nether travel, and then it gave me one at the bottom of the friggin' ocean. Which was not where I wanted to have it. I mean, I can't complain too much. I can, I know how. But at least it gave me some diamonds along the way. But given that it says it's a lukewarm ocean, I expect it to be around sometime. We used to be in a deep one. I must have moved. But it just can't keep me underground for too much longer. I mean, it can. But before too long, our principle of going in the direction roughly known as up will bear dividends, or not. And then probably fill in the whole thing with a bunch of water, rendering all the torches inoperable, and then I'll never come back here again. But, whatever, so what? No, we'll go like this so that if we hit water, it won't get rid of all the torches. And now we've hit andesite and stone, so it won't be too long before we'll be in the blissful embrace of the deep ocean water, or the lukewarm ocean water. We'll be in some kind of embrace, with some kind of dirt. Dirt is a positive sign, of course, because dirt could mean anything. It could even mean what we've always wanted, which is to get out of here. Nope, it's just a layer of dirt. Sometimes dirt is just dirt. Hey, we got water! I swear if it brings me up into another stupid cave. Well, you know, we've got aqua affinity now, so... We've got water, but it barely counted. It was just a little pocket. But before too long, we're definitely going to reach the surface. Nobody could keep us from reaching the surface for too much longer. Hey, water! Excellent! Now we can't see anymore, but this should be the real ocean this time, right? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to test my patience, game? Just let me out. Just let me out. Oh, right. The toggle was still on. Maybe the next water that we hit will actually be the ocean and not some stupid pocket. Are we still in an ocean biome? Yes. All right. Well, we can't go too much further without getting it, I say unironically. Alright, granted, that has to mean we're about to be at the seafloor, right? 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 Sand, that has to mean we're at the seafloor, right? There we go. And where are we at? Over here? Ah, by Mushroom Island, yes. Well, I don't think we're going to take this nether portal down. But a marker should be made in case we want to go. You know, that's good enough. Little pillar with a torch, nether portal. And we are not terribly far from home, so we're just going to get in our boat and go. Put a portal on the surface here. I don't have enough obsidian for one, but that would be funny. I think both portals would function, but I'm not sure which one the one in the nether would send me to. I think both surface portals here would send me to the nether portal. The same one is how it works, I believe. We need to go just flat this direction, so we'll just go overland rather than trying to go around. I drowned Gurgles, but does he have a trident? No. And there will be the cherry trees up there. Yes, excellent. And I don't think we ever built a canal here through it, although I had brainstormed it a bit, because we didn't have that many more animals to take over land, so. But yeah, Layla, whenever I was in your realm, I went through one of the nether portals. I guess Jordan made it from the sign. But then I flew around in the nether a bit in creative because I don't spend a lot of time there. So I was like, oh, this and that and this and that. And then I was lost. And I was like, wait, how do I get out of here? And I eventually found my way out. I could have just built another portal to get out, but I didn't do that. I flew around. But we'll just zoom in this direction a bit, and then before long, we'll be right at home. You can see the sand pillar in the sky. And this probably wasn't much longer than going back and backtracking there with the nether stuff, but it wasn't super quick either. So now I don't need to go to the nether again, but I have to go to a nether again. Because, you know, we haven't gotten to a bastion yet, and you guys have told me unequivocally, with absolutely no room for argument or really waffling, that Pigstep is the most superior of all the records. And I am led to believe that you can only acquire Pigstep inside of the nether. Ah, phantoms. No, that makes sense since we would have been inside the Nether for several days. So I guess that always happens. We don't have a bed on us either. It would make sense that it would always happen. You know, you go into the Nether and then you can't sleep, and then as soon as you come out, if you don't remember to sleep, then you have your nightmares. But we'll just parkour over the trees. Parkour! And that'll help us avoid the enemies of the ground. And then look for the enemies of the sky. I thought I heard phantoms anyway. Yes, there they are. They are circling very far away, and now attempting to close the distance. But since we know they're coming... Actually, maybe they don't know where I am. Maybe they are taking their real sweet time getting here. We're just going to leave them alone. Whatever. We can go to bed, and they won't be able to find us. Parkour! 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 They say you avoid caves, nether, and the ocean when you play. I know what that's like. I don't avoid the ocean much, but I do avoid parts of it a lot. But caves, I often avoid until I am in a better frame. I prefer to stay very much on the overworld until I get good armor with enchantments and stuff. But we get a return home with all the things that we dreamed of. 65 blaze rods. I actually think, yeah, 64 blaze rods. 68 blaze rods. But the boss is in the corner, nibbling on a vine, but I know he's going to be happy to see us. Hey, boss, a successful mission. Here you go, Garuda. Here is your ritual seed. We'll give Calcite a pet. And Bella a pet. And let's not forget Atropa. And now it is time... to take stock of everything. So we got a wither skeleton skull. No idea what to do with them. Well, you know, now we've got one. And if we ever figure out what to do with them, then we've got one. It's not used in anything that has its own name as the ingredient, so... we make some of these blaze powders, and then that unlocks some more recipes, like the creams and stuff. So there's... yeah, the wither skeleton skull on the first skeleton. I thought they all dropped them. Y'all had to tell me they didn't. Alright, so how does this work? Eyes of Ender. And then we make them. And then we get a recipe for some stuff. For a calibrated skull sensor? No, we already had that. For an Ender chest, which that's the one that nobody can steal from you, but I don't really need to worry about. And then an End crystal from a gas tier in glass. Okay. And then it's just various banners. So you can make a skull charged skeleton out of the wither skull thing, but that must have been the thing it was telling me I could make. A respawn anchor, unlikely to be relevant. You can't respawn in this mode after all. Alright, well, you know, some stuff. A soul torch, which burns blue, I guess, so that's nice. A bunch of cool things. So we've got Eyes of Ender, and I guess you need them for stuff. I know you need them to beat the game. I don't know. You throw them and you follow them, right? Yeah, that's right. You throw them. And then you can follow them. That's the whole thing. And then they lead you to the portal. Oh, so the ender chest, it's like when you break it, the stuff stays in the chest? So I could like fill it with the things and then pop it and then silk touch it. Okay, so it's like you guys talk about the shulker boxes, so it's sort of like that. And then I could put it down out of my inventory, have it all silk touch it and grab it. Okay. That is very interesting. So I'm supposed to throw the eyes. This skeleton doesn't want me to succeed. Alright. We're going to go to the source of the village, the first cherry tree, and throw the eye, and then we'll know that we need to follow that direction. Wouldn't it be funny if it went like straight down? I don't know if that can happen. Alright, so here we are in the melon field. Where will the eye go? That way, and it floats in the air. Is it supposed to do that? Y'all, is it really just underneath this place? We're going to run a little bit farther in this direction and then throw an eye. Alright. It's doing the weird floaty thing, so I guess we'll just keep on following it. Alright, so they just float there. That's just how it happens to go, and it tells you to go in that direction. Okay. So you would just throw it every now and then. Do they break sometimes? Because it's nice to be able to follow the one the whole way, but you keep going until it goes into the ground and then you dig down. Okay. And they do break, or can break. Alright. So I probably don't need to be throwing them so often, right? I probably need to go a couple hundred blocks. But is it stuck in the tree, or did it break? It is stuck in the tree. Parkour! Alright. Why am I doing this before I'm ready to go find it? To just see if it's close? I don't know how far away it could even be. But yeah, let's we should manage the inventory first. And then we know that that way is sort of in the direction of Everest, and so we can go out there. But actually I'm thinking, man, okay, so we're on hour 4 of the stream. Yeah, okay, so y'all know what time it is. Sorry that I made you think that we were going to follow the eye, but I need to take a little break. I need to eat. I need to, do some chores and stuff, and that'll get me fresh for the next burst of effort. And then we'll take stock of things. We'll make the ender chest or whatever. We'll get some various stuff. And then, well, because I need more eyes with me, right? I need to have like a full complement of them. So I'll find the ender eyes that I have in the various chests. We'll blaze powder them up. We'll get everything ready, and then we'll go on the quest. And then we'll figure out if I'm gonna try to fight the dragon or not. But we'll at the very least be able to go there. And then probably, like, I don't know, die of fall damage? I don't know. I've never fought the dragon before. I've never seen the dragon before. I don't know how it works. A little bit of obsidian. We want that just for the old box that we want to make. Do I have more in one of these? It's impossible to say. No, I don't. All right. Yeah, we've got the various potions. I just don't think, like, you know, we'll just go to the vault. We'll go to the vault and collect things. There's no point in thinking about all of this before we're down there. Where we at least have access to the stuff. We could pick up the enchanted golden apples and bring them along for the journey. We have even more diamonds. I have so many diamonds now. It's funny how you go from needing a thing to not needing it at all really quick in this game. But I do like the hopefulness of me planning on going to fight a dragon, but also managing my inventory and space beforehand. Because that means I'm at least pretending that I think I'll come back safe. Yeah, so I put all of my ender eyes into some chest in the nether, which means I have to go grab them. Either that or I dropped all of them, and I'm going to have to go get more, which would be funny, but I think they're just in a chest somewhere. I think I put, like, the full stack into one and thought, oh, I'll just come back or something stupid. So we'll just go and run through the nether real quick. I know I said I was going to stop, but I don't want to have to start that with the video, so cancel the outro. Instead, we're going to run back into the nether. Oh yeah, the Everest project. There's a lot of stuff I have to do. But fortunately, I'm never going to die. Ah, here are the 16 eyes. Alright, good deal. We don't have an obsidian to make the nether chest, so we're just going to ignore it. So you could craft these without a table? Ah, yes, you can indeed craft them without a table. So two blaze powders for one rod, and then just one powder per thing. So you can get just a couple handfuls of blaze rods and get like a full stack of the eyes. But I'm glad that it didn't take 6 minutes. You know, nether travel is not slow, but it's not as quick as I'd prefer it to be. We're going to put our nether boots over here. Because after all, this is all about pretending that I think I'm going to come back here one day. telescope we'll absolutely need. We're not going anywhere without the telescope. I think we need to look at the Ender Dragon through it. So we'll head home and feed Garuda a seed. We're not going to do a dance party outro because we're going to do a dance party outro for the beginning of the next stream when we go off on a quest that we may never return from. Or not. But I will be streaming later on tonight. I'm not sure exactly when, but probably not too much further from now. But I'm going to try to give myself probably like a 2-hour break or so. But we'll go ahead and lay down. And you know what? Why don't we do the little dance party now? There's nothing holding us back from it, and it's a lot of fun. Cat is probably still in the record player. Where'd it go? Oh. You can fit one record into the bundle. I thought you couldn't fit any at all. But the LAs are going to dance, and everything will be happy and good. Here, Garuda, have your seeds. Fear not. I'm sure we will return home safely. Alright, we've got our enchanted golden apple. I'll go bring another one with us. We've got a full stack of carrots. We'll probably buy another chunk from the guy before we head out, just to be extra sure that we don't have to worry about anything at all. Get the good apple in there. We won't need any of this stuff for anything. I don't imagine we're going to need TNT, but we theoretically could. You know, there's no point in leaving home without a bunch of totems of undying. Can we put one in a bag? Yeah, there we go. Each bundle holding a totem of undying, the most important thing. Should we bring a horn to blow a challenge to the dragon? No, that might be a little too much. Also, I might not even meet the dragon. I might decide I don't want to do it whenever we come back. I'm just kidding. I think it's what I'm going to do. But it's hard to tell the future. It sure is. Dirt doesn't go in there. Dirt goes in the super secret dirt chest. Lucas having such a good time. Ever since we got him the music box, he's just been the happiest bird. And so too have I been a pretty happy guy. You know, it's a nice life here. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this episode. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. When we return, we're going to be following these eyes wherever they lead. Unless it's like really far away, and then we're not going to follow them wherever they lead. I don't know if there are multiple places in the world that they can lead and they just choose the closest one, or if there's only one and we're just on the track towards it, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be at the base of Everest, beneath the deep dark. Beneath the deep dark, the portal to the end. That would be too funny. Pretty obnoxious. I would have to go around or learn how to do things. But speaking of, oh, you can rotate the trident? But how do I get the trident off? Okay, I strike it. And with glorious trident in hand, it's time for me to say goodbye for real. So thank you guys. Really glad you stuck around. I feel like this has been the most eventful stream in a long time in terms of like actually playing the game. You know, we went to the Nether. We went to a fortress. I killed 44 blazes. I got a wither skeleton skull my first try, which is pretty cool. So you know, a lot of good stuff here. And when we return, we're gonna try to get right back to it and see what we've got going on. So thanks, guys.